Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, back to normal ops for us. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and we're back due to popular demand and great feedback. We are at runway 23 end of things, and they are using runway 23. The wind is slightly changing. It was favouring 05 with a potential wind change, but here we are, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome back from RAF Cosford. We are back here, normal ops, here at RAF Marham. Welcome to the show. Nice one, Teddy. That's Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. So I'm hoping for a busy day. It's a little bit busy just behind me on the main road, but that should calm down a little bit later on while everyone gets to work on their usual duties. I hope you're all good and well, and I do have a little bit of a catch-up to do, because it appears that I may have missed some guards marches from my little Cosford catch-up yesterday. So I do apologise. I'll tell you what, it was a day of little technicalities yesterday. When we were uploading to YouTube for the Ted Coningsby Display Awards, it looked like the laptop just ran out of memory. You know how it is with an iPhone and that kind of thing. Terrible, right? But I believe, not Captain Weber, I believe we may have missed you. I've seen where we could have missed a couple. So this one is all for you. Not Captain Weber, thank you so much for the super chat from Cosford, who's put, thanks to you, Claire Bear, Kimberly, and everyone for today. Brilliant coverage once again, showing the best filmed by the best. And again, please accept my apologies. I do apologise for that. The Flying Duke as well, which made me aware of that. The Flying Duke sent me a super chat for Cosford. Great work today, Nikos and Ted. Time for an ice cream. Thank you so much. So this looks like I may have also missed Grace Cadwalada Photography. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. I could have missed Barney 321 as well. Guards March. Acid Reflux, Guards March to you, and also Ginger Bailey. It just looked like I missed a couple there. Gary Inge, Guards March. I think I've seen where I've done this. Yes, Gary Inge, Guards March to you. Great stuff. Liz Beth as well for 2 months membership. Christopher Neal, thanks for the super chat. Claire Dore 7787 and Jenny L3 242. So, and it looks like Scorcher as well with 34 months membership as well. So again, sorry about that. These things do happen. They're not done intentionally. They just one of those things where it was pretty busy. So again, please accept our sincere apologies, and I hope this is okay for you. We do have F-35Bs taxiing now. I can hear them sort of moving around, so this is all good. This is the home of the F-35B currently. Wow, can hear that lovely Pratt & Whitney F135 PW600. And also, if I can start by saying congratulations to the Dassault Rafale that has won our Ted Coningsby Display Awards yesterday. So big congratulations to them for winning the inaugural, one and only, that's right, Ted Coningsby Display Awards. Runner-up was the Coningsby's 29 Squadrons Typhoon FGR4. So well done. I'll be in contact with the Rafale Solo display team, and I'll be sending them their pilot issue award patch. Runway caravan indicating which runway is in use. We do have 3 squadrons here. An operational conversion unit, the OCU, number 207 Squadron, for both the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. We've got a frontline combat ready squadron, that's 617 Dambusters Squadron, and another frontline squadron, 809 Naval Air Squadron. That's right, the Navy is also here. They're the latest to have arrived here in December 2003. What we're going to get today, ladies, gents and teddy bears, What are we going to get today? Let's have a look. Well, we're going to definitely get an F-35B. How many? Not sure. Let's find out all together. Got the markings there. Prince of Wales there. Is that 809? There's quite a bit of heat haze there, isn't there? Does sound like there's more than one, but we'll see. This is a Stovall aircraft, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and I hope you enjoyed the little mini demo from the F-35B at Cosford. We may get another one joining it, I'm not sure just yet. But hey, see what happens, isn't it? Military aviation. Alright, you're ready for some Stovall action. Runway 23 in use. Does sound like there's another one on the way. Yeah, definitely. I can hear the engines there. I'll say plural. I can hear definitely more than one. Of course, the F-35B and the F-35 variety all have a single engine. The world's most powerful engine in a fighter. That's right. Now, the F-35A has an F-135 PW100, slightly more power with 43,000 pounds of thrust. The F-35B, although with the slightly better thrust-to-weight ratio, has 41,000 pounds of thrust. Don't forget, it's got an additional 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce married up with the Pratt & Whitney engine. Oh, I love that whining, whistly, mechanical noises. This is Pratt & Whitney, Lockheed Martin, Rolls-Royce, and I think there's another company involved, by the way, in the engine. Right, it sounds like summertime, but it's not, right? I may have to come back to you on that one. I believe there is another company that have helped out with connecting this together. I'm pretty sure there is. If not, no worries, but it sounds like summertime, but it's not. You may know it, I don't, off the top of my head. I came across it, a third company. I'm not saying they are the core, but there is something of their involvement. But don't forget, all components are, you know, like the wiring. It's not going to be Rolls-Royce wires. The connectors, the washers, the fasteners. In fact, there's over 40,000 fasteners on an F-35, roughly. How many have we got then? 2 or 3? Because welcome to our show. Hope you're all good and well, ladies and teddy bears. It's a bit of a not a come down. It's a bit of a down to reality, a speed check. You know, like gone down a few gears from going from air show back to our regular job, back to our regular shows. You know. I hope you all enjoyed Cosford. It was a fantastic air show. A massive shout out again to all those that were involved, organisers, display teams, volunteers, all those air cadets and volunteers, reserves that helped out in that. The media crew. Big shout out to Chris Wilson and also Sarah as well, that made it all possible. Sarah, you legend, thank you very much for making it all possible for the Ted Coningsby channel once more. Speaking of military, we will be covering the weekend show, all being well with the weather permitting, at Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day over the weekend. So as we wait for our first departures, if you can all support the channel by clicking the like button, whether you're watching it on the wobbly jelly, dog and bone, or your lamb chop. It does help. You've been cleared to vertically land on the like button. And of course, come join us, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Hitting the like and subscribe is free as well. And don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos by making sure you're all notified by clicking the notification bell button. Just do my usual pre-stream checks, or in-stream check, shall we say now. The very vicinity that we're at right now stems back all the way to 1916 of the Royal Flying Corps days. So the very airfield is a Great War airfield. A big shout out to the Great War display team. That was very, very moving, very touching. I hope you enjoyed that. Daniel Kemp, thank you very much. Fourth one is coming. Wow, cool. Thanks, Daniel. Margot, Dave, Rich Taylor, Jenny. How you doing, Summer Watcher and Davey? Congratulations to Davey, welcoming Marpa to the world. God bless, good health, and happy stealth. Jenny, thank you very much. Dave O, Aryan, Margot, Edward Coates, Charlie Bravo, what up? EP65, Rich Taylor, Mus64, Alan Burden, Captain A. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and welcome back to normal ops. Hope you'll enjoyed Ted's flight. It was a very massive privilege. So a big shout out to the Chinook Roll demo team. And thanks to Worley and all his crew for taking Ted and making him part of the role demo team at Cosford this year. Thank you. And look out for a new patch. That's all I'm going to say, a new patch, because I feel that with Ted flying in a Chinook 4 times now, I think it's time for a Chinook patch. I think so, because you know what they say in the Chinook teams, jet noise is boring. Oh, you gotta love that. You do have to love that. You've gotta love that. They have an absolutely incredible sense of humour. Alright, here we go. Oh, there's quite a few coming out. Let me just F-35's a nice start to the morn. Beautiful. Luton man, thank you very much. Aaron Dexter, thank you very much. Yes, so we're at Chalk Lane, and there are a few things that you do need to be mindful where we are. We are on this lay-by. However, if you are making your way, please allow access. Do not block access for the farmer. There's 2 clear entrance exit routes that the farmer needs to get to, and also the MOD use the routes. There's a little track, call it what you will, so that they can get access to do their checks, and also for any maintenance on the approach lights. We're not on the approach as in directly underneath it for safety reasons. We are a nice 1/4 of a mile away and more. Of course, we are quite far away from any dangers. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome back to normal ops. This is what we do 4 to 5 days a week. Of course, yesterday had to have a little bit of a break with all the prep work that's expected from a massive show, especially for myself. And of course, we were at Coningsby the day before as well. So welcome to RAF Marham. Hope you're all good and well. And it is that time of year where I will get attacked by various bugs and creatures, great and small. So look out for some live attacking, some strafing from the creatures that are. But of course, it's that time of year to keep hydrated as well. The weather is very unpredictable. I've got plenty of water as well, so all is good. So welcome to the home of the F-35B for the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. The station here at Marham is also home to a range of engineering support functions, maintenance to frontline support as well. They'll have Lockheed Martin crew here as well, but it's also home to the regiment as well, the 2620 or 2620 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment. They're also here as well. For those that don't know, they're a regiment, and their motto, "When my country calls," Cum patria mea vocat, is their motto in Latin. Formed as a field squadron in 1983, so they're quite a new squadron as far as things go. They re-rolled in 2000 and as an operations support squadron. They were deployed to Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait to support the operations and Operation Telic in 2003. And a year later, the squadron reverted to its former status as an auxiliary Royal Air Force Regiment Field Squadron. So they're back to what they do, but there's also home to the number 15 Squadron, RAF Regiment, so number 15 Squadron RAF Regiment, that's right, per ardua, yang pertama di mana mana, to be beckoned with anywhere. That is their motto. They are a very, very diverse squadron, which I'll explain, because they fall under number 3 Force Protection Wing. It is a unit capable of delivering the full spectrum of force protection effects, including dismounted close combat, ground extraction, close quarter battle, and operating in the CBRN, that's chemical, biological, radioactive and nuclear environment. We do have some former regiment, and we do have some regiment on our streams here and there. Whether allowed to share any experiences, that's up to them of what they can and can't do. But we do have former regiment on our channel as well, one of which is our very own Spanner Flight Crew blocks. How you doing? The squadron number 15 comprises of nearly about 170 personnel, including the tactical RAF police, mechanics, and of course, would you believe, chefs, because a fed crew is a happy crew. Clerks, paramedics, they're equipped with support weapons such as general purpose machine guns. There's also a light tank gun, which I had a video of Reggie at, I think it was Bournemouth. I think it was Bournemouth with Reggie. So in the sustained fire role, there's also, like I said, the anti-tank gun weapons. I think it's a light tank gun. They're able to assist with JPR, that's Joint Personnel Recovery, ground extraction force, and regularly conduct training exercises across the UK overseas in support of RAF operations. They formed about 40 years or so before 2620. In 1946 they formed at Nethertown as 2700 Light Anti-Aircraft Squadron, equipped with 40mm Bofor guns. So they are a very sort of rich squadron, experienced squadron from dealing with anti-aircraft, anti-tank. Basically they've had their feet on the ground since 46. 59 to 70 they were deployed to multiple locations in the Middle East as well. And the squadron in 1982 were equipped with the Combat Vehicle Reconnaissance Track Spartan, a capability it maintained until 1990, and equipped with the Rapier surface-to-air missile system based at Leeming. They've also taken part and deployed to various operations such as Telek and Herrick, and 15 Squadron being amongst the last British troops to leave Camp Bastion at the conclusion of Operation Herrick 20. In 2017 to 2020, 15 Squadron supported the force protection of the F-35B Lightning, and in the UK and overseas, and deployed to Lightning Dawn, the first ever overseas deployment of the aircraft. And in 2020 they moved here to Marham. Of course, as we mentioned, 617 Dambusters Squadron is the frontline combat ready squadron of the Royal Air Force with the F-35B. We've also got another frontline squadron, 809 Naval Air Squadron, and they're based here, originally formed in 41, and taken part in numerous operations, and of course their most noted would be, of course, the Falklands conflict. They were, in their career, they've been disbanded 5 times before being recommissioned to fly the F-35B in 2023 in December. They did their first ever sortie in January of 2024. Training them is 207 Squadron. They're the operational conversion unit, so just like number 29. There is a 4th F-35B Squadron, but they are based all the way at Edwards Air Force Base. That's right, it is number 17 Squadron. They play the test and evaluation role, just like 41 with the Typhoon. Number 17, who brought the Typhoon to Coningsby in 2005, May 19th. They are now at Edwards Air Force Base flying the F-35B. So there we go, that kind of wraps it up, as in who's who, what's what at the moment here. We'll give you a little bit more history a little bit later on, and we've got quite a few different aircraft up here, to be honest. I've actually got a right diverse, I don't know why I brought them up here today. Obviously, maybe my brain is thinking I'm obviously onto something. But you know me, never rehearse, just go with it. Don't think, just do it, innit? You know what I mean, mate? So there we go. And the other thing is, well, the Royal Air Force, and I believe the Royal Navy as well in the UK, we don't actually call it the so it's officially the Lockheed Martin F-35-2 or F-35A, B or C2. You've got to add 2, right? So here we'll call it officially the Lockheed Martin F-35B-2. Lightning 2, sorry, Lightning 2. But the Royal Air Force omit the 2, so it's not called a Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning 2. It's just called an F-35B Lightning. All right, and there is a good reason for that. Making its debut, actually, is this. Now, the reason for omitting the 2 is because it is indeed, although not operationally, it is indeed the Royal Air Force's 3rd Lightning. I know, right? How cool is that? I know. and they placed an order initially through... actually, do you know what? Do you know what I was reading today? Did Lightning, right? There's a bit of a... There's quite a few stories with this, right? If you ever wanted to know a little bit more about this. Because I think this was in a prototype Lightning Model 22. Did the Royal Air Force give it the name Lightning? There's a few to suggest that, but when the Air Ministry purchased these in 1940, the original order was for hundreds, okay, because it was the all singing, all dancing. But there was a bit of a catch. So I'm just giving you a little bit of detail with this. But anyway, I don't know how true or whatever. There's a lot of things that you can read online, but I do need to come across it, because I did wonder, because it's where the names came from. I know that the British like to name their aircraft, but anyway. So the Royal Air Force purchased these in 1940, and the bit of a problem is that the US government, or shall we say the US Army Air Corps, kind of had basically they didn't want to export P-38s with the turbo superchargers. So, I mean, that is what literally gave it the power. And on their test flights, when the RAF did receive their first 2 or 3, they found that it didn't really have any power, and that's what really gave it the power and performance that it needed. So the RAF weren't happy about it. Yet you can see P-38 Lightnings with RAF roundels, and it's quite amazing that the fact that obviously with the twin boom, I think the superchargers were here, and they emitted them, and that's what gave it the power. So one, the performance was not great. Secondly, the P-38s, the way the propeller span, because of so much power, they were counter-rotating or contra-rotating. I think there's a difference between the two, but I can't remember which one's which. Which means they span... did they spin? Yeah, they span inwards, I think, right? Basically, they span in opposite directions. Does that make sense? I can't remember if they went inwards. Does that make sense? Or outwards? I can't remember. I think it was inwards. But hey, just go with it. I'll have to find out a bit more research. And the Royal Air Force didn't want that. They wanted them spinning the same way. I think the Hercules does that. It was awful for the Royal Air Force, and they said no and cancelled the contract. So I believe those 2 airframes, I don't know if they went to France. I think they utilised the hundreds of airframes and utilised them and did that. So that's Lightning number 1 in the Royal Air Force inventory. So let's say goodbye to our gorgeous P-38 Lightning. Now, let's not take away the performance of these, because it was quite amazing. And like I said, I've always known that it's sort of not rival in a way, but you know, they certainly led the legacy between these two. And some of the earlier, I don't know if you know this, but some of the earlier P-38 designs actually looked a little bit like it had a single boom. It had a little bit of so there was a bit of a competition between these two. I'm going to be patriotic. Sorry, I'm probably going to get shot at here, not physically, but I'm probably going to get booed here. But I believe this is probably the world's first true multi-role. It could be the P-38 by a few days, so I'm going to be a little bit diplomatic here because that's the way I am. But they certainly were the first of these two of its kind to become the world's first multi-role. I mean, look at what it can take. But anyway, sorry, I'm kind of going on one here. So the second Lightning of the Royal Air Force, as you know, well, in the 60s, was indeed the most loved, especially when it comes to departures, but not when it came to endurance, because these really did struggle with range, and I'm not ashamed to say that. But the English Electric Lightning was the second Lightning. And of course, well, as we've just seen earlier today, our third Lightning, I know, the F-35B, which obviously I have many of those examples here that I can show you. So yeah, and that for the as far as the F-35B, they arrived in 2018, 617 Squadron. It was 4 F-35Bs arrived at Marham for the very first time. But the Tornado that was here, the GR4 which I have here, was still going. It's quite amazing. So there we go. Just a little bit about, and you'll find it. And I was very grateful. You know, I was very grateful for Airfix to reply to me. I asked them. There's like a past and present, or a then and now. It's got a Lightning F-35B, a Royal Air Force one, for example. I think it was 617 with the Lancaster, or it could have been a Spitfire Hurricane, one of those two. But they put, you know, Royal Air Force 617 Squadron F-35B Lightning 2. And I said, did you know that the Royal Air Force don't put the 2? And they said, yes, we are aware, but because of copyright and trademark, they had to put the 2 on there. So obviously Lockheed Martin have obviously copyrighted the whole shebang, the whole Lightning 2, you know, title for it. So, you know, that kind of, you know, was a great response and a great reply. So that now that I know the fact that that is why it's on there, not an issue. But it's nice to know these little fun facts, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot the name of between Contra and Counter. I think Contra, hang on a minute, Contra, I'm going to guess at this, right? Contra rotating would be the Gannet, a double propelled, right? 2 propellers together spinning in opposite directions. Am I right? And then counter rotating would be propellers spinning in all sorts of opposite directions. Would that be all right to say? Mark Ed, how you doing? I've come across both terms before. Okay, so for those that are new, welcome to the show. Now that is this red and white caravan. It is a runway caravan, and there's a couple of things. First of all, for an indicator, this will tell you what runway's in use. It's normally parked close to the threshold, or the touchdown end, close to the threshold. And the whole point of this, the whole purpose, for one, it's quite dangerous. You've got to think about how exposed they are, right close to the runway. But the purpose is also to provide shelter and comms for an air traffic controller, whose role is to literally, like we're doing here, we're visually inspecting an approaching aircraft and provide radio or visual warnings of any issues on the approaching aircraft to the pilot. So they're there as an extra set of eyes, but close to the runway, because of course the control tower is further away, right? So that's the point of it. And I would imagine for something that I do on approach, where I'm zoomed in and they're a couple of miles out, you know, I could see how useful it is for, you know, for viewing. Obviously there is a delay, but yeah. So the way they'll communicate is either by radio, which is why when they runway change, you'll see a yellow vehicle, normally call sign Rover, would turn up, and they'll unplug. So it is actually plugged into comms, all right, and power. They also have a signal light gun. Also, in emergency scenarios, they do have a pistol flare, which we've seen a couple of times, or just missed it on actually filming it, but I've heard it in the background. So there could be a quick, sudden flock of birds just coming out of nowhere, an emergency of a go-around. So they're there to alert very, very quickly using the flare gun. So it's quite amazing. That they do that, you know, just as a visual. And that flare, that bright white bang pop blast is it's very, very helpful, and we've seen it a few times. I think the Rafale at Waddington managed to capture that, and we got a lovely wing wave to say thank you as well. The F-35B at Lossiemouth in the chain of events. So they're equipped to provide basic air-to-ground communications between controller, pilot, and ground-to-ground communication to the air traffic control tower. So it's quite coordinated, and you can have them towed, you can have them driven like literally a caravan or a motorhome. So it's quite important. So if the runway changes, they've then got to unplug all the comms and then move it to the runway in use. Not every airfield has them, but Coningsby does. I think Leeming, obviously Marham, Cranwell. Just trying to think of others that I've been to. Did I see any at Valley? Ooh, that's a good question. Did I see one at Valley? My memory's gone. Maybe. So the other thing as well that you'll notice are these sets of 4 lights. They're called the PAPI lights. I'll just show you them first of all. So we get to see different things and learn different things. Obviously there are 4 lights here, light boxes. Can you see those lights? There's a set of 4 on each side, and there's a reason why there's a set of 4, but obviously one's in the way, one's blocked. They're called PAPI, P-A-P-I, Precision Approach Path Indicators. They're a system of 4 high-intensity lights. They're positioned beside any airport runway that have them, obviously, and they're switched on facing the runway in use. All right, so that's important to know. So, you know, if there's no caravan, you don't know what runway's in use, and you're not quite sure about the wind, because the wind doesn't always blow exactly down the runway or exactly in line with the runway, then you can use the PAPI lights to let you know. And it's quite a clever system. I've got some diagrams to show you of how it works, but it's very, very clever. Now, they're going to appear red, all of them, because we're on the ground. Because we shouldn't, if we were an aircraft right now, we'd be in serious trouble. Why? Well, we shouldn't be this low, this far on approach, right? In fact, to give you the maths, it should be exactly 318 feet per 1 nautical mile, all right? But that is specifically set, okay, to a 3-degree glide slope. All right, now I'm going to make it all make sense in just a moment. Just bear with me. These boxes are angled at 3 degrees. Why? I'll explain in just a moment, because you'll need to know what the PAPI lights are doing. Okay, so the PAPI lights appear red. However, if we go, let's round it off. Should we just round it up to 300 feet per 1 nautical mile? Can we do that just for rounding off? And I think pilots do that anyway. If, okay, so 2 miles out, okay, will be 600 feet. 3 nautical miles out will be 900 feet. Does that make sense? That is the formula. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the colour is going to change in these boxes. Now, there's a 3-degree glide, an imaginary path called the glide path, and down there is called the glide slope, the actual angle, which is 3 degrees. Okay, that is the degrees. There's a reason for that. I'll explain in just a moment. Okay, so say for example my finger, actually let me get a plane. What am I doing? Let's get an English Electric Lightning. I just picked the first one. If this Lightning was 3 nautical miles out on approach, 900 feet, these colours are going to change. They don't change automatically. They change because of the angle that it's set at. The English Electric Lightning will be seeing 2 white, 2 red. That means you're bang on, okay? If the pilot was, let's say, I don't know how out you can be. Let's say the pilot was 800 feet. The colour is going to change. The colours are going to be 1 white, 3 red. If the pilot was like this high, okay, going low level right now, and this is 3 miles out on all of these, just to keep it simple, all right? So don't forget, 900 feet is the bang on for 3 nautical miles out. If the pilot was, say, like, I don't know, 60 feet, they're going to be all red. You're too low. So all red, too low, 1 white, 3 red, slightly low. 900 feet, pilot's going to see 2 white, 2 red. If the pilot was 1,000 feet, okay, just for example, the pilot's going to see 3 white, 1 red. If the pilot was like 3,000 feet, the pilot's just going to see all white, all white. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And it's all to do with tilting it to the glide slope of the station. The reason for a 3 degree, there's got to be, that sounds quite delicious, doesn't it? There's got to be an approach that's suitable, because there are places like some cities where they have lots of buildings. I think it's London City. They've got a very, very steep glide slope, which would affect the 300 feet per nautical mile. It'd be a steeper angle. So this angle, called the glide slope, okay, gives you a descent angle. All right, so that's the whole point. And basically it's a safe approach. It clears obstacles, reduces noise, because there could be villages and like dwellings, and it'll be a much more precise, faster ascent. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Haven't spoken about that for a while. London City is 5.5 degrees. Now, it may not sound a lot, but that is going to absolutely affect it. I've got some maths as well for you. I think at one point London City may have had a 7.5 degree angle. I think there's a place near the Bahamas in the Caribbean. I can't remember which, was it Barbados? It's got an even steeper, because it's got to go into these mountains. Can't remember, I think it begins with an L. I'm just trying to think which one it is. I always forget the name of this. I always forget the name. It begins with an L. I'm trying to remember it. But, oh well, never mind. But I think I mentioned it before. Is it Lugano? I think it's Lugano. I'm trying to think what the glide slope is in Lugano. You're probably all putting it on there already for me. I think it's 6.65 to 7 degrees. I think it's something silly like that. But yeah, Lugano. Where's Lugano? Is Lugano in Switzerland? No, it's got to be another one. No, I can't remember. Never mind. I'll tell you what, a bit of homework for me. Bit of homework. How's that? So the traffic noise in the background should sort of deplete as it gets later throughout the day, probably around 10. As you can see, it's almost come to a complete silence. But if I yeah, I mentioned it last time. If I show you, if I've got it somewhere, I've kind of dissected a PAPI light, not a real one. So those PAPI lights. Now what I've done, I've turned one on its side, okay, just to make a bit more sense of it all. So obviously the light is going that way, yeah? So there's a side view of it. There's a white light, obviously, here, and then there's a red lens here, and it goes for a series of concave lenses, etc. I don't know. and in the actual light box is set to tilted to the glide slope. So Marham's one is set to a 3 degree, this here. So if we were to do that, this is what we're looking at here. 3 degrees going up. And I did a little bit of maths somewhere. Oh no, I did a maths, can you believe that? Oh, here it is. There's my nautical miles there. Obviously I can open it all out, but I've gone up to 5 nautical miles. So if you've got those boxes, 3 degree. Obviously this is a little bit wrong because it should be facing that way, but I did it for illustrative purposes. Those are the exact, but I think pilots do round it off to just 300 feet. There we go. Hope that makes sense. Haven't covered the PAPI lights in a long time, man. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I suppose because we don't really get to see them at the other spot. It's cooled down a little bit now, which is kind of nice. So you're probably wondering, someone's put, are they between farmlands? You see, the thing is, World War II, World War I airfields, they're all surrounded by farmlands. And this is the thing you've got to remember, okay? A war breaks out, or a war is looming, okay? The obvious choice for vast land is going to be farmlands, okay? There is a Defence Emergency Act that was put in place in, I can't remember when it was, it's somewhere in the 30s, don't quote me on that, but they did have to, in emergency, and I believe this act is still going today, all right? They would have to acquire the land, which is why a lot of the lost airfields, they've gone back to agricultural use. Some of them have gone back to the original owners, okay? I don't know if you know that. Some of them have actually got back to their original owners. Grafton Underwood Estate as well, that was the vicinity there. You see, it makes so much sense. There's so much vast land and fields that it was easy, because grass runways were the thing. Because if there was open countryside, you know, there was a lot of farmlands. That's why a lot of airports, it's the prime location for an airfield, is to have it outside, somewhere in the country. Not sorry, about outside, you know what I mean, out in you know, in open countryside, which is why a lot of them are by countrysides. They're a lot they're away from towns and cities. But of course we did have stations surrounding towns as a form of protection, okay? But obviously if you do that, you're going to expose your airfields to getting destroyed during the Second World War, for example. But a lot of the airfields were in place because of the vast lands and open spaces that farmlands and fields offer. But they were, as we said, and as we covered several times in our lost airfields, a lot of them went back to agricultural use. They started agricultural, converted, acquired the land, and here we are again. Coningsby, you know, that's another one. Here, Cranwell, another example. You know, and then a little bit of Lakenheath, because you've got that massive farmland where they got lots of birds. I'm just trying to think. Yes, we've done Cranwell, Barkston Heath. Just trying to think. Bryce Norton. Just trying to think. Bryce Norton. You see, that opened a little bit later. Just trying to think. But yeah, but our lost airfields, literally, I can't think of any of them that don't have, like, that have been converted back. You know, Thurley, Hethel as well, but that's used by Lotus. So it just goes to show, and they needed to have a look at the drainage. Okay, there was an Air Ministry board that would go out and have a look at the drainage. Was there like a mountain or a hill, an obstacle that would cause issues for any? I feel like we are quite raised up here. Marham seems to be quite set up. It's not an issue, just as long as there's no, you know, massive hills and mountains right directly in front of it. But yeah, there was drainage had to be looked into as well, the type of land, the soil. But as aircraft got heavier, they need, you know, literally from December 1940, the Air Ministry put out an assignment that all airfields that were designated to bombers, Bomber Command, had to be made with concrete hardened runways. You see, grass is fine for light aircraft and light bombers as well as such. The Hampden, the Wellingtons, not a problem. But when you started bringing out the Stirling and the Halifax in 1940s, well, things are going to need, you know. And the benefits of grass runways is that, well, you didn't have to actually have a designated runway. If you think about it, you can take off any stretch of land for a Spitfire. So, you know, that was the thing. And yeah, they had a special direction T-bar square system, the T-box system. I forgot the name of it, actually, do apologise. But there'll be a square. I think 4 Babbitt still have one, a square, which I've drawn one out actually. There was a square and a T that would indicate what direction you took off from. And in fact, runway numbers didn't come out until 1943 here in the UK. I know. It overwhelms me. They had literally a direction system. Thorpe Abbott's has one. There's I think Wickenby has it. There's I forgot the official name. Is it a T square or a T? Yeah. The signal square, that's it, the signal square. And the T-square takeoff, or the T-square signal square, is quite clever. Very clever. And there'll also be some various signs. I'll have to draw one out to you. But that's how they did it. They didn't. So if this was our runway here, or this patch of land was a runway, you know, you could probably get away with taking off here in a Spitfire, you know, if you were under attack. But yeah, that was the system. Amazing, right? Pretty cool. That vehicle there, that's the AWCU. Used to be called the BCU, Bird Control Unit. Now it's an Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. But they are romantically known as the Birdman. It is a contracted company called Phoenix, and they take care of all creatures great and small, except for deer. So the signal square, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, nice to have the emojis back. Yeah, so if you've got, I think, is it an iPhone thing or a YouTube update? There is a new YouTube update. Just update your YouTube app in on your device, and it will bring back your emojis. There was these things. Even I get them on all sorts. I mean, we all get it. Usually, my Windows laptop will want a update right where I'm about to start a show. So that's always a bit of a head scratch. So these are the light's completely gone, isn't it? Look at that, just like that. It was all nice and blue skies, and now, I'll tell you what I'm excited about for being here is the fact that you get to see the approach quite nicely. We're going to lose a little bit of distance with the vertical landings, but hey, it's good to mix it up. There isn't an official viewing area, and you have to be 100% mindful of where you're walking. So obviously we're not going to be parking our van on the farmer's land. Please do not do that. It's something that I extremely discourage to do that, to go onto there, because you just wouldn't. Why would you? But yeah. So just be mindful of where you are. Where our other spot is fine as well. We're not blocking the crash gate. There isn't a crash gate or anything here that I can see. I think there is one. I think somewhere. I can't remember whereabouts it is. It's somewhere around here. There is a crash gate somewhere, but you'll have to get any. Let's have a little look, see what we can find. Maybe we might see something that's quite interesting. Yeah, actually, well, I don't know if it's a crash gate, but certainly a gate there. All history that it's got to tell. But yeah, the weather has now just depleted, just like that, but it's fine. It's cooling this down a little bit. So we've had 4 F-35Bs, which is quite nice. Oh, beautiful. It's nice and peaceful now, isn't it, without the cars? But yeah, like I said, it will get a little bit quieter. You're going to get the odd car going up and down. It's a 60, so do be careful. 60 miles per hour, so do be careful when walking across the road or just pulling out or anything like that. There's another lay-by just opposite and one further down, I think, where you can just chill and relax. So we're just going to wait for our F-35s to come back. You never know, we might get more as well, of course. It's such an amazing airfield, it really is. It's got a lot to talk about, especially when Marham's history dates back to 1916 in August, when it was established and started life as a Royal Flying Corps station, or an airfield, shall we say. It was built close to RNAS Narborough, which is just over here. I'll tell you what, I can show you roughly whereabouts it will be. Where that car is, you see that car just over there? So, just opposite the airfield of Narborough would be over there. Literally, over there. That's where it was. That's how close they were together. It did start off as RNAS, that's Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, which later changed to RAF Narborough, because of course the Royal Flying Corps and the British Army Flying Corps, they amalgamated in 1918 on the 1st of April to become, thanks to Lord Trenchard, who the father of the Royal Air Force, but that changed to RAF Narborough. Marham was built to defend Norfolk from the Zeppelin raids, and the first Royal Flying Corps unit to operate at Marham, still flying today, right? How amazing is that? It is number 51 Squadron. 51 Squadron. And who fly at Waddington, the rivet joint, and aircraft that they were flying was the FE2B, a little bit similar to what we've seen at Cosford with the SE2, quite similar to that. I mean, this biplane was a night bomber and fighter aircraft that was powered by a Beardmore 6-cylinder, water-cooled inline piston engine, only 160 horsepower. So there's quite a few cars with a lot more horsepower than that, I'll tell you. Marham also served as a training base for night flying with Squadrons 51, 190, 191 and 193, and they were training squadrons based here at Marham. And during the First World War, the Royal Air Force formed while it was taking place on the 1st of April 1918, as the Royal Flying Corps merged with the Royal Naval Air. And at the end of the war, armistice, Marham bombed Narborough with bags of flour, and in return Narborough bombed Marham with bags of soot. The last squadron, 51, left Marham in 1919, and the aerodrome was closed, and that was it. That was the end, ladies, gents, teddy bears. But after the First World War, just to give you an idea of what was left, I mean, after that there was in the First World War, Britain had around, what, 300 military aerodromes, and by 1924 there were just 27. But while things settled down, they had to be careful consideration into the thought of possibilities of another war ever happening, and the new RAF airfields were brought in for the pre-war expansion. Feltwell, Lakenheath, a lot of these were considered, but sorry, not Lakenheath, Feltwell, Marham was considered. And in 1935, the RAF Air Ministry Aerodromes Board, the MAAB, was created, and in 1935 the Royal Air Force's pre-war expansion scheme commenced, and the first set of expansion program included Wallington, Feltwell, Marham. 38 Squadron, who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, arrived as the first new residents of Marham with the Fairey Hendon bombers. Now, I don't have a Fairey Hendon bomber, unfortunately, but its B flight of 38 Squadron reformed into 115 Squadron, and they had Handley Page Harrows. And if you remember on my previous streams as well, the Royal Air Force didn't have their marking system, as in the 2-letter or 2-digit system, because there was instances where they would have a number or a letter or both. Let's say, for example, number and letter, such as 3W, RF, all these different combinations. They actually wrote the squadron number on the side, if you remember on my previous ones. I know, right? How cool is that? Let me just get you an example of those. Might be able to show you a Harrow. Let me see. Yeah, I've got one here actually. I haven't actually got a model of it, but I've got an example of a Harrow here. Let me just show you that. There you go. That's what the Harrow looked like. Which started life in Feltwell as well. Quite a few had that, but the Wellington obviously took over. But yeah, as I was saying, squadron markings were a little bit different back then, because they used to just write the number of the squadron. But I had a bit of a problem doing that though, because it gave away a few secrets of your squadrons, where they were based, who was there. Let me see if I can show you an example. So here's a Harrow. I actually had it on my book here. Here you go, here's a Harrow here. Look at that. I mean, there you go. So 214 Squadron, quite bluntly written 214 Squadron. There you go, that's the Harrow. Bit obvious what squadron that is, which, let's have a look if we can find another example. I'll give you a few examples. This is a great book, by the way, if you want to come across this book. It is absolutely recommended by the Ted Coningsby channel, by David Munday. Let's have a look if we got any more I can quickly show you. Let's have a look. You know, when you want to find something, you can never do it on the time. Oh well, never mind. Maybe I should mark them next time. Maybe I should mark them. But we're talking 1939. There's the Whitley giving us an example. So you got 78 there. So 78 Squadron, got number 10 there. But not all of them did that. It was a bit different. So, but yeah, they changed it due to security reasons. So they felt that it was giving it away. And by April 1939, both squadrons received the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force, 11,461. Also a record breaker of becoming the world's most quickest assembled bomber and flown. 24 hours, they built one of these and flew it. They set a world record. I know. How cool is that, right? Absolutely amazing. They built one of these. And in fact, they were making these at about 28 a week. 28 airframes a week. That is amazing. Like I said, it's a twin-engine bomber, but the most produced bomber. It was quite special, really. And Sir Barnes-Wallis, or Dr. Barnes-Wallis, the main designer of the Vickers Wellington and Vickers itself, added the geodetic airframe. If you want another cool takeaway, any Vickers aircraft with starting with the W, so the Wellesley, the Warwick, Windsor, Wellington, all had geodetic airframes. Geodetic, kind of like a chain link, a lattice that was designed to make it lighter, could sustain a lot of battle damage, and it did. And some of the factories that were licensed to build them actually needed a diagram, because they thought it was quite complicated, but obviously it wasn't. And as you can see, marking started to change from numbers to a kind of like a cryptic 2-letter system. But the Wellington was serving here. So 218 Squadron. And it looks like Marham are on their way back. A little story connected to Marham, which I don't think I've told you before. Of course, Marham did many missions, and not often I talk to you about the Wellington, but the Wellington did take part in a lot of raids, one of them being Bremen, August the 4th, 1941. Marham was still operating the Vickers Wellington, and it was Wellington Z8781 departed Marham at 22:54 on August the 3rd on operation to Hanover. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to get you something else here. Hang on a minute. Yes, so August the night obviously went into the 4th on operation of Hanover, approaching Bremen. The Wellington, with its crew of 6, I believe, was sadly met with a night fighter, and it was the ME-110. That a lot of Wellingtons were lost to ME-110s. This is our ME-110, and 4 of the crew sadly lost their lives. The other 2 managed to survive, and they became prisoners of war. So Marham used the Wellingtons in operations here. Rest in peace to the 4 and all those that never returned. And the ME-110 night fighter, although had a bit of a very I don't know what to say, but it has claimed quite a few, quite a lot of bombers that I've been reading. It's always usually an ME-110 that's been taking them out as a night fighter. So yeah, it's certainly got its claims to taking down a lot of aircraft. I mean, that particular one, which was Z8781, was piloted by Sergeant Frank Creighton Dodd. Also Wing Commander John Lionel Howe Fletcher, who was also the second pilot. Flight Sergeant Terence Alfred Evelyn Bridewell, who was the wireless operator. Flight Sergeant Frank Grail, air gunner. And I believe the 2 that survived were Sergeant Robert James Alexander and Sergeant Eric Stanley Spong. Also, Marham on that night, I believe they lost another Wellington. On that same night. Which crashed on approach. I'll have to give you a few details. I found quite it's amazing what I find on these. Yeah, I found another one, R1222. All 6 were shot down by an ME-110, so that raid. I'll have to maybe look into this raid, you know. And another one, R1536. This was a different date as well. As quite a number of ME-110 claims. And another one as well, R1502. And R1509. Okay, there's my homework then. So I'm gonna look into the raids. There's a lot of aircraft. In fact, if you again, as we always do, if you want to know more about the history, the best place for that is Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. They've got this board. It's quite sobering. It shows you all the losses of aircraft. It's you know, like Duxford, if you've ever seen that memorial, that glass, and they've etched the aircraft lost of the United States Army Air Force during the Second World War. It's a bit like that. They got like silhouettes of how many aircraft losses. It's sobering. You know, it does hit you.
Notified for power dropping at 10,000 feet, but no aircraft seen or notified descent to 3,000.
So we've got approaching aircraft coming up. Hopefully we'll get some vertical landings. There are 3 landing pads here. 67 meters by 67 meters. And there's an actual landing zone of 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters. Yes, they're square. Don't be like me thinking that they were circle. Why did I? Does anyone else think that the landing pads were circle in their mind? Were they ever circle with the Harriers? Because I've got this funny vision in my head that they were circle. Don't know why, and I don't know where I got that from, but I actually thought they were circular, the landing pads. Is anyone on this chat room thinking that's what they were? And did the Harriers have circular ones, or were they square? There you go, answers on a postcard.
Good morning, reset score 3651, and we're now Bravo, the change to colour code 1. 3651 and Bravo, copy. Not yet identified. Request number 2 score standby, number 1 score 3651. Traffic believing you have traffic south 3 miles per leaving at 3,000 feet. Descend to 2 altitude 4,000 feet. Unit 1013. Bolt descend to 2 altitude 1,700 feet. 2 identified traffic service.
So we do have our arrivals coming back. Got quite a few tell you what, I've got quite a few German era through the ages, shall we say. So I've got that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I've got our aircraft coming now. Two ship. yeah, look at this, Stovall mode activated. Right, let me just turn around here. It's going to get quite loud. I'll have to get the Tedometer. Amazing, absolutely gets me all the time. Oh, how about that? 4 vertical landings, man. Wow, that is... Well, I don't think we're going to get tired ever of that. It's something absolutely amazing and incredible to watch and witness. Beautiful. Right, just going to go and get a cup of tea for that, and I'll talk to you about how that works. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. That was brilliant. I hope you enjoyed that. That was excellent. I hope you enjoyed that nice mini demo at Marham. Sorry, at Cosford. But that was really cool. Nice to see the reheat. Put that on there. I'm going to get myself a cup of tea quickly. Just add that to my tea tally. And now the sun's come out a little bit more, so it's going to be one of those on and off days today, I think. Which is fine, as long as it stays dry for me up here for a bit. right. It's got to hope for more from Marham. But other than that, it's been excellent already with 4 vertical landings, which is what we want. Let's get that covered there, get the heat off there now. So welcome to the show. Hope you're all enjoying that. Hope you enjoyed those vertical landings as well. Near the Lake and Heath gang just above me. Well, I hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the home of the F-35B here in Norfolk, having a good time as usual. You know how it is with all of us, having a great time and then just enjoying it. And welcome to the show. Hope you all enjoyed Cosford as well. It was remarkable. So a cup of tea, some F-35s is all that we need. It's pretty good stuff, right? You alright there, mate? Sorry? Oh, Kemp, Daniel Kemp. How you doing? Alright? Yeah, good. Sorry? Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, really good. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. Don't know. Yeah, well, it's good to see 4. We'll take 4. Oh, yeah, definitely. Sometimes we just get 4 in the whole day, but that'll do in the morning. So, all good.
I'm on my way back to Lake and Heath.
Oh, is that where you're going now?
It's on my way home.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. I'm in Hertfordshire down there.
Right, I see. Nice.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming over.
Oh,
thanks, Daniel. Yeah, take care, man. Oh, right. See ya. Oh, there's my phone. Oh, right. Oh, it's that time of the midges. We got the midges. No way. Oh, if it ain't one thing, if it ain't rain, it's midges. So, oh well. Hope they got lots of protein because I end up ingesting half of them. Emma 86X, good morning everyone. I still haven't got over Cosford Air Show on Sunday. The performance in every aircraft was amazing and Nikos was amazing camera. Well, thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you. Graham Robert, good morning to you. Margot, a wee cup of tea? Yeah, absolutely. They do, Valerie, they do, which I'll explain in a moment how it all works. They do turn into the wind. There is, because a lot of, there is a bit of a misconception that the pilot just presses a button. there is actually quite a bit of pilot work to do in the vertical landing, as opposed to not overshooting it, making sure that because if you overshoot the landing pad, you're going to have to go round, and I'll explain in a moment of how it all works. Because it's not a case of, it depends how far you've overshot the landing pad, because that is pilot input. You can't just come on approach and then just press a button and it will work its way there. It needs a bit of pilot input with that, which I'll explain in a moment. Doncaster last, Ted recovered from his Waka Waka display. Yes. Emma, this is the home of the F-35B for as far as UK is concerned. This is where the F-35B operates here in the UK. Oh, again, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Lynx Rainbird as well. Oi, oi. Faris Madrazi, how you doing? So like always, just got to sit back, relax, be patient, see what happens next, innit? Simon Motron, oi oi to you. Little GPX, you're going to have to just have your notification bell button on. We don't plan that far ahead anymore, due to the weather, due to operational stuff that goes on, training. It's so random, we just only decided last night. So notification bell button on, and you may know the night before. Apart from like events, which I've kept the NOTEDs going, but only for air shows and large events as well. I think I need to add the BBMF Members Day actually on there. I'm not sure if I've done that, but NOTEDs is where you want to be to look at if you want to know where we are for like air shows and large events as well. Some are live, some are not. It will state in the notes, because of course we will do things properly. So our team is myself, Nikos the cameraman, I've got squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Claire Bear takes care of the merchandise, so she's our online store. And we've also got our very own Spanner Flight, who look after the chat room. Not just here, they also look after our members only Discord server as well, to make sure it's a safe and happy place. Freddie Dutch. So according to the official documents of the news update from the Royal Air Force, the F-35A are coming here, and they are at this stage, again, this is not any speculation, we only tell you what's on official Royal Air Force AF.mil sites. They are heading for 207 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, and that is going to give them more range, because the F-35A has more range due to the fact that it doesn't have 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce lift fan in there, which I'll give you a tour in just a moment. Little GPX, yes they can. Again, if you give me 1 second, I'm just going to have my cup of tea. And did you all notice when at Cosford, when it was hovering, did you notice that the weapons bay opened? And it does that for good reason. It's not for show on all vertical landings. I know we're a little bit further away this time, but the weapons bay will open, and it's a feature for the vertical landing. If it didn't, well, it will cause a few issues, and I will show you in just a moment. It's to make it a less bumpier ride. Bobby, oi oi to you. Richie, Dawn Hobson, not Captain Weber. How you doing? Yeah, so as far as, I mean, it'll be a number of years yet. It's not like the Vickers Wellington, where you can make one in 24 hours, assemble it and fly it. It's going to take a bit longer than that. Still looking at a few years yet, I would have thought, but The F-35s here are interchangeable as in with squadrons. Okay, so there's not, if you see a marking of 617, it's not necessarily 617 pilot operating it. Okay, they are like into a pool, as they used to call it. I don't know if they still call it a pool, but even at Coningsby you'll have various markings. I mean, a great example is number 2 AC Squadron, markings of a squadron that's stationed today at RAF Lossiemouth, but the aircraft is at Coningsby. So it really, the days of having markings dedicated to a squadron are all gone, with some exception. There are some exceptions where aircraft are not in any pool, where they're not used by other squadrons. That said, but here, oi, you right, man? Lovely lovely shout outs here. I've had a couple of oi-ois today from people. That's great. Love that. Love that. Bless. And can I just say a massive... God, it was overwhelming, man. Let me get Teddy quickly. Let's get Teddy quickly doing some... Marham. I don't know what we've got. There's something on the approach. Don't know what it is. Ted and his little flag there. It's nice and peaceful, isn't it? Yeah, just do some guards marches and I'll catch up with you regarding Cosford, because there was something that happened that was so overwhelming for me. I could not believe it. Julianne 6709 guards marched for you. Thank you so much for your 35 months membership. Good morning from Lanzarote. Oh yes, you did mention that you were going there. Hope you're all good and well. Babsar, high five and a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Margot, thanks a lot for the super. Oi, oi, good morning. Hello, everyone. Free Orion, free, 19 months fighter squadron member as well. Thank you. So many positive reasons to be thankful for this channel and confident it's the best to recommend for everyone. Thank you, Ted, for sharing your love of military aviation. Thank you so much to 3 Orion, free, which I guess is Lilo Doublefly. Rich Taylor, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Cosford was epic. It was indeed. Margot, thanks a lot for the super as well. Congratulations, Davey74 and Mrs. Davey, amazing. Edward Coates, thanks for your 29 months membership. Great seeing the military jets, Nikos. Ted, thanks. Thank you. Richie B with... oh, thanks a lot, Richie B, 840. Welcome. High five to you. Welcome. Thanks for joining the one and only Ted Coningsby Squadron. And welcome back, actually, because you're celebrating 25 months. Whoops, I'm glad I'm back. Yep, got it. Wee Stevie Boy, thanks a lot for the super. A guards march. Peter Ver has joined us as well. High five and a guards march to you. Thank you very much. Bobby, thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby... sorry. Oh, man. All right. Error there, haven't I, Ted? I know, Ted shake. Committee. Bobby, thank you so much for the super chat. A guards march there. Thank you so much. Oh man, Ted's gonna have to get the committee out. Bow. Yeah, in just a moment I'll give you the full tour of an F-35B. A few differences to look out for, because actually when they are together here, we're gonna have to really have eagle eyes. But I'll show you how to look out for an F-35A and a B and the differences. I'm still yet to get a C model. I will get one at some point. That is a good point, and I need to write that down on my list, because some people ask me, you know, what models am I after, and I'm like, but when it comes to it, when they don't ask me, it's the time I remember. So yeah, hope we're all good and well, and I did a couple of Guards marches that were missed from yesterday's Cosford catch-up. So I do apologise for that. I'm not sure. It was a bit of one of those technical days yesterday. My system ran out of memory and it didn't even tell me, but it carried on proceeding. How we're doing? Right, I'm going to tell you a little something personal at the moment. Okay, that's happened to me on Sunday. Absolutely amazing. Oh, I've got the Ain't No Bother Hover. Shall I go and get the Ain't No Bother Hover? Hang on, I can get it. We do have Marham inspired t-shirts. I don't know if you can see that there. Maybe I'll turn that round quickly. Marham inspired t-shirts, the Ain't No Bother to Hover. There you go, look at that. Ted is actually flying in there. And then obviously you got Ted Coningsby on the back. So yeah, get yourself Marham inspired t-shirts from tedconingsby.co.uk. And yeah, so after the show on, when was it? On Sunday, something bizarre. I'd say there is a similar feeling, but this really was bizarre. And it was, so as you know, we were the official live streaming broadcaster of the Cosford Air Show 2026. And can I just say, it was absolutely, I've got this t-shirt on as well. It was absolutely amazing, absolutely just brilliant, the whole thing. And one thing that I notice about Cosford is that it's so well organised. You may notice that it's just absolutely brilliantly organised, and the staff there are just fantastic. So just a big thank you. And then, so I was doing my usual thing, trying my best not to say anything, you know, during the commentary, because obviously I found it weird to not commentate for once, you know, because there is a commentator there, and I was like, oh, brilliant, really cool. And there was a few bits that I tried to add in, but then, you know, but obviously I had to keep, you know, I had to limit it, because not many people like, you know, just full on talking over someone talking, which it didn't work out anyway. That's another thing. But I'll tell you something that happened. And so I realised that the Guards marches were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, are we going to get through it? Oh yeah, you are. Okay, cool. I've left room. That's what I mean. Please leave room for the farmers to do their work. Woo! So yeah, cool. Good job. We left gap there, haven't we? So yes. So. And I came up with the idea that I would do them the next day, but something was going on while I was finishing the show. There's a gap between where you can view. There was another enclosure just inside there. There was a few kids waving to try and get my attention, and I could see something quite bizarre that was going on around me. And this isn't being big-headed. This isn't being ego, whatever. I just could not believe when I finished the show, and I kid you not, the queue, the people waiting to get a photo with me, autographs, signing all sorts of things, having a photo taken, a selfie. I really was overwhelmed. I've never experienced that. There is something close to that, and I'll tell you in a moment, but I cannot believe I've got, you know, and someone said to me, I think it was Simon Watchron, said, how, you know, you went from a phone and a teddy bear to this. And I'm like, oh my, I didn't, you know, that day I did that video of Ted with the Typhoon coming into land. I had no idea, and I was overwhelmed. There must have been, what, 40, 50 people in total in the end. I mean, I felt like a red arrow or something, because I'll tell you something, the second most bizarre experience for me was meeting the Red Arrows, and I was stood next to Red 1, and people wanting photos of me stood next to Red 1. I was like, okay. and that was a really weird moment for me. It really was. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not being big-headed about it. I'm just overwhelmed. I only came here for a bit of fun with a phone, and look what's happened. You know, it is still overwhelming. It will stay with me forever, that memory. After Cosford, there was cadets. There was a group of cadets. There was like 10, 12 of them. Another set of group of cadets, and then just so many of you queuing up. I was like, oh my word. I didn't know what to do. I did know what to do, just be myself, because the funny thing is, how I am on the camera is how I am in real life anyway. So yeah, I do talk about history and go on one all the time, but hey, it's the way it is. So yeah, I think like I said, 5, 6 years ago, if you asked me about a runway, I wouldn't have a clue. Wouldn't have a clue. Didn't even know runway numbers existed. Didn't even know what they were. Didn't know what a Typhoon was. I know. Shh. I know, terrible. But there you go. That's the way it is. And a big thank you to all of you who did that. And I just couldn't believe it. It was the most unreal moment for me, that at Cosford, finishing up like that was just unreal. And then that massive shout out from the commentator for the roll demo, Chinook, was just superb. That was brilliant. We'll do our best to be there again next year, because I know there's some great feedback about it, and it was just unreal. So thank you again for that. Dawn Hobson, how you doing? Thank you very much. Aryan, thank you. Lynx Rainbird, yes, I've got to put it all together. There's a few photos of Ted in the Chinook, Ted with the M134 minigun, but there's one of Ted airborne in the Chinook as well, so that was quite good. Jenny L, thank you very much. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Dawn Hobson, bravo, thank you very much. Lynx Rainbird, learning so much. Abroal, well done, well deserved. Yeah, it is Poppy. I guess maybe one day I'll be famous, maybe, but that's not the goal. The goal is to have some fun out here. That's my you know. Oh, my lens, your eyes, Nikos, that's because you're good at what you do, buddy. Thank you very much. And yeah, you do. And I've said this before, Don Hobson says we fly with you. And that's right, when Ted flies, you are all on board. You are all. That is the whole point, and I've always said that. Captain A, how you doing, man? Thank you very much. The man, the legend, thank you. Bobby, hope you're good. Don't throw that laptop out the window, which I've threatened many times to do that. Please don't throw your laptop out the window. So what we're going to do now, we're going to talk a little bit about the F-35, because I know you love to learn, and I know there's quite a few new viewers on the chat room. One, we're going to talk about the differences really quickly. There's some external differences that you can visually see quickly, and some are not. But there's also obviously specification differences that we need to address as well. So one day, actually that's another thing I need to get, an F-35B or an F-35A to scale with each other, because at the moment they're not to scale, unfortunately, so I need to kind of get that sorted as well. But yes, there are a few striking differences which I'm going to show you now. There's my A and B, let's have a look. Yeah, so unfortunately, they're not to scale. Now, obviously, there are extreme differences when the Stovall mode is activated, but sometimes it's not. And it's not always clear to see what is an A and what is the B variant. Let's have a quick look. I'm going to have, let me swap them around. It might work out better on the screen this way. Would that be better this way? Would that be all right? Can we do that? We'll have the A on the right. Is that all right like that? Do you want me to swap them? So there's the A, there's the B. So I'll try my best to, actually, if I tilt that up a bit more, that might be a bit better. Might work. Let's have a look. Right, so what are you going to look for first of all? Let me get the light in a bit better. There we go. Right, this is the B variant and this is the A variant. Now, at first they might look very, very similar, but one thing that I want you to look at is the gun on the A. Can you see that there? The gun, the B doesn't have it. Look at that, or the C, as a matter of fact. The A variant is the only one, and it sticks out literally like a SAW GA U-22 A cannon, all right? But it fires 25mm rounds, and I've got a round actually with me that I normally use at Holbeach. So that's the first thing you're gonna look out for. So if you look at it like that, can you see that? Look at the bump. Can you see that now? Yeah, can you see that? The A's got the cannon. The B and the C don't have it. All right, so that's what you're going to look out for there. The next thing, head on, if I just lighten that up a little bit more, the light keeps changing every 5 seconds. Head on, if you look at the canopy, look at the cockpit and the canopy, look. So just behind the acrylic canopy, the A variant looks like a bubble. All right, the B looks like it's wearing a hoodie, looks like a, you know, a gangster, a thug. Just kidding, don't mean that in a bad way. But yeah, it's quite bulky behind, can you see that? All right, so even on the top, not that you're gonna get a shot like that, I mean, that's gonna be obvious straight away, okay? You're gonna see the hood, the lift fan hood, the auxiliary air intake, which is there, that's obvious. But at quick sight, if you look at the fuselage on the top, the spine of it is completely different, yeah? The other thing as well that you're gonna notice, go away, if you do, from this side, you have this compartment here, because the B and the C, they have a probe in here that ejects out of the envelope for air-to-air refuel, whereas the A variant doesn't have it, okay? So that's a little bit not too obvious, but here's the thing. The A has an arrestor hook and the B doesn't. Look at the shape, look at the contour. Let me show you, that's where the arrestor hook is here, okay, along here. You see that there? Okay. The B doesn't have one at all. And if you look at the shape here, a bit smooth, whereas the A underneath, this is the A with the fly on it. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Must be my aftershave. So that's the other difference as well. I mean, come on, it's not even scared. Excuse me. Hello. The other thing as well, if you manage to catch the nozzles, look how different the nozzles are. I know you're going to get the two openings here, but look at the nozzles. Very, very open, not open, that's the wrong word, very exposed on the A variant, and the B doesn't. But there is a huge and massive difference, because all in here would have been for fuel. We have just stuck and taken up 1.2 tons of equipment just for a Stovall. All right, now we're going to talk Stovall, and we're going to talk a little bit of differences as well. Now, because you've added 1.2 tons of where normally you'll have fuel ore here, you are going to affect the range, you are going to affect the combat range and the fuel capacity, and of course the weight. Empty weight of our A variant was 29,000 pounds. The B, we got, or 13,300 kilos, but we got to add 1.2 tons. So that's 14,729 kilos on the B, or 32,470 pounds empty. These are empty. So how does it affect the internal fuel? Well, 18,250 pounds on the A, 13,500 on the B. Now, because of the weight, even the weapons payload is affected, and it still has six hard points, 4 internal. Okay, it does have 4 internal and 6 external hard points, so 10 hard points in total. It still has all that, but with less amount on there. So weapons payload is 18,000 on the A, and interestingly 18,000 on the C. All right, max takeoff weight on the A and the C is both shared at 70,000, whereas the B is 60,000. But the range does get affected by 300 nautical miles, because the A and the C is 1,200 nautical miles, 900 on the B. Now, in a combat configured, we're talking about 669 nautical miles on the A, 670 or 669, about the same on the C, but the B variant is 505. But the B variant, interestingly, has a higher thrust to weight ratio fully fueled. The A variant has a G rating of +9, +7 on the B, but +7.5 on the C, if you needed to really know that. Okay, other than that, those are the differences that I know of, okay? But this is a STOVL aircraft. What does that mean? Well, it stands for short takeoff and vertical landing. The A variant is CTOL, okay? That is basically stands for conventional takeoff and landing. The C variant is a CV variant, basically a carrier variant, okay? But to make this hover, and this was made in mind as well, they had to make a frame that was able to be made in the other 2 different variants as well. The B variant really needed something to take over from the Harrier. All right, now just quickly, the B and the C can be installed with a centerline GAU 22 25mm cannon externally. All right, just so that you know that. Right, but here we go. So although it's a Pratt & Whitney engine in this, okay, it's a Pratt & Whitney F135, however, the A variant is the FW100 with 43,000 pounds. The B variant is the PW600 version, okay? So nearly a bit, about 90%, you know, nearly double the size, about 85% longer, all right? There is a reason for that, and it all because of Rolls-Royce, a game-changing 5th generation technology, and it's Rolls-Royce that put the lift in this, because the lift system, as it's called, is the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world. It's the only one of its kind. You're making basically a 5th gen STOVL aircraft. It is completely unrivaled in performance of the lift system. It comes in part of the latest and greatest in technology. Okay, and it delivers responsive, precise and powerful short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL, all right, and it has minimal impact on the total airframe weight. Now, the system is a descendant of the Pegasus engine. Now, Rolls-Royce comprises of a few parts on this, which I'll explain. It does deliver 40,000 pounds of combined short takeoff and vertical landing, and one of the most asked questions about the F-35B is that can it take off vertically? All right, now it's not classed as a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. It's classed as a short takeoff. Even the Harrier, I know there's a lot of people go, I prefer the Harrier and this and that, but let's face it, when the Harrier was fully fueled, or the AV-8 if you're in the US or other countries, when the Harrier was fully fueled, fully loaded, it would not do a vertical takeoff. Why? Because of the weight. Same with the F-35B. It's about to take a lot of payload, so why do that to the F-35B? So they've made it into a short takeoff aircraft, and they've done that with absolute precision from Rolls-Royce. Now, when we see the openings of, or the STOVL compartment, this opens up. This is the auxiliary air intake, okay? Because don't forget, engines, they need air, mix it with fuel. In fact, they're going to compress the air, mix it with fuel, and combust it, okay? But you're going to need to do something else because you're stationary. Now, the STOVL mode, I'll explain in a moment, is it's not like your F-22 thrust vector, because the STOVL mode can only be activated, or the the thrust vector on the back, which is called a free BSM, which I'll show you in a moment, it's really made only for STOVL. It can only be activated at 250 miles per hour, so it's not going to go Mach 1.2 and then do some fancy stuff with the thrust vector. It can't do that, and it won't do that, because that's not what it's made to do. So to compensate, you open up your auxiliary air intake, okay? Now, what's cool about this little model here is that you can see what's going to power Rolls-Royce's lift fan, okay? So the F-135 PW 600 engine is here. The Pratt & Whitney's engine starts here. However, what they've done, and it's great, this model, it connects with this shaft, okay? And this is what's going to send 29,000 shaft horsepower. This pipe here, can you see that there, that little pipe thing? That's the shaft, and it's going to power our 50-inch counter-rotating or contra-rotating bliss system. Now, this is literally an engine that's been tilted in aligned vertically, because underneath, that's the bottom end. This is the slats, the grill, where the power will come out from here. This will deliver 20,000 pound of cold thrust down here, okay? So you've got 20,000 pound coming down here, and then you've got the 50-inch lift fan itself in here, so it's scooping up all that air, sucking in. So it's like a helicopter, but it's also like having an engine, and the thrust is coming down here. But that's not enough to make it hover, all right? And I'll explain how this is going to do that. So the air's going in, all right, but still not enough for it to hover. I'm going to talk to you about the slats and how it moves. Also, Rolls-Royce have roll posts here, so from the bypass air that goes in, you can actually roll the aircraft left to right as well, okay? But still, we can't make this hover yet until we activate the free BSM, that's free bearing swivel module. And here it is. Now, this can move in a 45-degree angle for short takeoff. It can go straight down. In fact, it rotates 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. It can swing from left to right to make it more stable as well. Don't forget that. It does move, and it can actually have afterburner coming out of here, about 40,000 pounds with afterburner. But a total combined thrust of about 40,000 pound of combined thrust, okay? Now, here's the trick that it can do. It's called a free BSM because it configures and it moves in line. So when it's taking off from ski jumps, okay, on the carrier, and let's face it, it can take off from a small assault ship such as the USS Mackinac Island. It's only 256 meters long. It's crazy. And on any ski jump, this will basically compensate and move all the time to make sure it keeps at the right angle. It has large elevators as well to give it that extra bit of lift as well. It is absolutely amazing the way this will work. But one more little trick. Okay, so you've got the roll posts here, okay, which can make the F-35B go left and right. You've got these slats here, I think 5 degrees forward to move it forward, and I think they go about 40 degrees so it can move back as well, okay? Like I said, this can swing. And the other thing as well, it will point to the wind on vertical landing as well. The pilot does need to put some input in there, because if this is the landing pad here, the pilot still has to make sure they haven't overshot the landing pad. If they have, it may actually use more fuel to start correcting. The pilot is better off going all the way around again. It will use less fuel to do that, okay? So bear that in mind. The pilot will also make sure that it turns and points the aircraft in the direction of the wind. So you have that as well. But here's the trick, and something that you may not have noticed. At Cosford, you would have had a good view of this, and if you've ever seen it, when the F-35B is hovering and about to land or just in hover, something happens which I can't show you on this one, but I'm going to cheat and show you on the A. The weapons bay always opens. The weapons bay always opens. It's that at the air show at Cosford, it didn't do it just for show. It does that for good reason. If you think about it, you've got 40,000 pounds of thrust and 20,000 pounds of thrust coming down here, all blasting down. That thrust is going to push back like a ground effect and actually make the F-35B out of control. It has to open up the weapons bay, and there's a reason. It's actually a feature, and why that does it is to make a cushion or a dam to absorb and take all that draft that's coming back, all that thrust that's been blown back. Because if it didn't do this, it will be a very, very turbulent experience. So that is why you can have a look at it when on carriers, ships, whatever, where it was hovering at Cosford. I know you probably think it was just done for display purposes, but it needs to open it to take in all that thrust that's been pushed back up. So it's quite a clever thing, really. So there we go. And remember, the 3BSM is not a traditional like a F-22 thrust vector. It's only made for Stovall, which is, I think, at a maximum 250 miles per hour. You right, buddy?
Typhoon inbound.
Oh, okay, thank you.
He hasn't said the time.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy. Take care, Bobby. Have a good one. And giving the F-35B some love. Well, here's the one. Here's a good one. I'll tell you what, the emoji I've got, is it an A or a B? That's a good one. And that's that. Oh, I can tell you now that's an A because of the arrestor hook. There you go. Answered my own question. Few differences on the C variant, the carrier variant. Actually, someone pointed out that they've spotted that most, or if not all, carrier variants all have a twin axle. So there's two wheels at the front. It's got an additional 2.4 meters. So it's about 4 foot either side with folding wings. It has a bigger wingspan for greater lift. You've also got at the back. Okay. The other thing as well to remember, because I get this all the time, when I get a video of an F-15E Strike Eagle landing in an emergency using the arrestor hook, a lot of the comments go, oh, it's practicing for a carrier landing. Can I just say that land-based aircraft and land-based arrestor hooks, no. Just no, they're not made. They will snap, they will break the aircraft. In fact, carrier-based variants are going to be a lot heavier because the airframe has been strengthened to take the stresses. You've got to think about it. You've got the sea after the boat, after the ship, after the carrier. You're going to fall off. So the stresses, and the arrestor hook is different on a carrier. It's a lot stronger. Even the uprated nose gear has been uprated to take the pressures have been pulled on the catapult. The airframe been, strengthened to take all the stresses of it coming to a halt like that, to be shunted off and pulled away. It's quite spectacular. So there are quite a few differences on the carrier variant. They're a little bit heavier. The F-35C is a bit heavier as well. The range, but they're all Mach 1.6 maximum speed. Again, another question I get asked, why is it slow? Trust me, Mach 1.6 is not slow. In fact, aerial combat bracket or spectrum is Mach 0.8 to Mach 1.2. Any faster, you probably won't be able to even use your weapons at Mach 2.5 anyway. And you're going to be using a lot of fuel. It's just a no. But one thing that is striking about the F-35B, yes, it's stealth, but it has a lot of loiter time. There's a big difference between loiter time and just going super fast, like 2.5 the speed of sound. No point, because you won't be engaging in that kind of aerial combat at Mach 2.5. It's just a no with that. You are not going to be doing that. 0.8 Mach to 1.2. That's the range, and Mach 1.6 is efficient, better economy. It's got a massive acceleration rate, absolutely incredible. And yeah, it's a fantastic 5th gen stealth fighter, and it is multi-role technically. When I say that, because the A is designed to basically take over the role from the A-10 and F-16 in its concept, because it has the GAU cannon, the 25mm. I'll see if I can remember to go and get you the round. I do have one with that. Yeah, it's not very friendly, if that makes sense, but it's enough to make it multi-role. The B and the C can take that role, but it will have to be issued with mind you, why would the C have that? In some ways maybe, but anyway, it's there. They do have an external fitted one if needed, but anyway, there you go. I'm just gonna have a quick drink just quickly. It's starting to get a little bit sticky and warm up here, but there we go. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Let's put that on there. Let's have some water. Check out our ADSB, see what's going on. And I've been totally attacked by midges, and that's really not a nice experience. Is there any... Do they do such thing as an anti-midge spray? Because it is really, really off-putting. Oh, actually, oh no, I haven't got a lighter because I don't smoke. But oh, I've got those citronella candles. I should remember to bring a lighter. I think I've eaten about 4,000 midges now. having a quick cup of tea. Oh, enjoying that. Love a cup of tea. It's quite. Temperatures calm down a little bit with a nice breeze. When you need that cold breeze, it's not happening. History, get aircraft. Let's start this off, I think. Oh. Get some of these midges off here, goodness me. I forgot about them. If it ain't the rain, it's midges. Lasertech 2, how you doing? Lasertech 02, oi to you. Christopher Carr, how you doing? We've had 4 today, 2 flights of 2. Alex Raven, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Simon Motch on EP65. Hope we're all good and well. So yes, as we covered earlier, the airfield here has been here since August of 1916, closed after the First World War in 1919, but came back through the pre-war expansion with the likes of Waddington, and felt, well, they were chosen to include them in the expansion program, and they came back, and Marham started life again with number 38 Squadron. operating the Hayford at Mildenhall, arrived as the new residents of the new era of RAF Marham, and they reformed with their B flight, making 115 Squadron, who are still operating today, 115 at Wittering with the Grob Tutor. They were here with the Harrows, and by 1939 both squadrons received the Vickers Wellington bomber. 218 Squadron also moved here at Marham with Wellingtons. They also converted to the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber, which was indeed the Short Stirling. Number 7 Squadron, who operate the Chinook today at Leeming. Sorry, that was really bad grammar. They took delivery of the Short Stirling, number 7 Squadron. Yes, they're not operating at Leeming, they are operating at RAF Odium, but they received this in June, July of 1940. Number 7 Squadron were operating first. How cool is that, right? How good is that? And we can talk to you a lot about the Short Stirling bomber with its 99-foot wingspan, its massive bomb load of 14,000 pounds. But bless it, I haven't spoken to you about the Short Stirling for quite a while. It ended up becoming the bomber that didn't bomb, and of course the misconception that was put out there as a, well, for me, we myth busted it. You know, there is a claim, but it has been myth busted. We even did it as well, that the Short Stirling was restricted wingspan due to the hangars, which is absolutely not true. The smallest ones, hangars that were permanent structures, were at least 120 feet wide. They could accommodate up to 150 foot as well. There were the types that could do that as well. The Short Stirling, like I said, entered service in 1940 with number 7 Squadron at RAF Leeming, who, number 7 today, now that I've got my grammar corrected, operate the Chinook, which Ted loves, at RAF Odium, which is quite amazing really, isn't it? But the Stirling attained its operational status in January of 1941. In fact, January 1941 was when BT 308, which was a prototype, well, Mark III Manchester, a 4-engine bomber, which ended up becoming the Lancaster. That was around that time as well. On the night of the 10th of the 11th February 1941, the first operational combat mission was performed, flown by the first 3 Stirlings against the fuel storage tanks at Vlaardingen near Rotterdam in the Netherlands. All but 2 bombers were deployed during the mission, which was considered to have run quite smoothly. But this was here, ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Short Stirling. For those who don't know, it wasn't the Halifax, it wasn't the Lancaster, it was indeed the Short Stirling bomber that was the first ever 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. 99 wingspan. The wingspan restriction, I'll tell you about that in just a moment, but it can take 14,000 pounds of bomb load. It had the 2 little compartments in here. I'm going to tell you a couple of things that really let this aircraft down, but you've got to start somewhere. This is the thing, you can't just make something beautiful, although then again, saying that, Roy Chadwick and you know, RJ Mitchell, there's a lot out there that are responsible for beautiful aircraft. Barnes Wallis, you know, there's a few that were making them indeed, but it was the B12 36 Air Ministry specification did have a restriction on the wingspan. It was more to do with, well, look, we're going to get a lot of battle damage. These things are going to need to be transported around the country, even for transiting, for overhauls and servicing and battle damage repairs. It needed to be able to be transported, and they felt that having anything longer than 100 feet, I think it was 100 feet. And initially, I think Short brothers were going to make this at 112 feet or thereabouts, 120, 112 feet. But of course, they were restricted, and it wasn't to do with the hangars, because there were hangars already that could accommodate anywhere between 120 and 150 feet. So that is a myth. If you ever hear that, it's a no. But the problem is with the Stirling, what was the problem? Well, I see what the Short brothers did. I see what they did, because they were used to making big aircraft. They already were making 4-engine aircraft. The Short Sunderland, for one. And you can almost see the Short Sunderland here, with the wings, they're obviously shortened. They basically turned the Short Sunderland, cut the lower deck off. The lower deck, the lower hull was cut off. They still kept this shape under here, which I think most aircraft have that actually, but the Sunderland had that for the spray of the sea. The lift was a bit of an issue here, but the gouge flaps were added to this. They could move. I know they had gouge flaps. It was a creation by the Shorts factory through gouge. How cool. They would open and close to give it more lift when you had the lift, and they would retract when you didn't need any more lift. But then again, funny enough, it was the lift that would actually harm this aircraft. It was a bit of a beast, ladies, gents and teddy bears. May I just explain? Because it was by no means sort of, you know, if you were scared of heights, just looking at it, well, well, this is where problems started to arise. You see, the height of this, in fact, its first ever test flight, the landing gear actually broke. I think the pilot got out and kicked it and said a few words that are not suitable for the channel. But the height, I mean, if we look at a Lancaster, specifications of a Lancaster, I mean, okay, the Lancaster's 6.25 meters high. You know, that's still quite high anyway. 6.25 meters. If we put that into feet, what's that, 20 foot and 6 inches, let's say. The Sterling, 6.93. So 22 feet. So it wasn't totally, you know, even bigger, shall we say. Hopefully I've left enough room for this. Yay. Oh, that's a beast, isn't it? Cool. Got a bit of a beast here. Sounds like my engine run on my Bristol Hercules, yay! Are we going to be alright here? Hang on, just hold fire for a minute. Good look at this in a minute. Little transformer, look at that. I think we may have some startups. Ooh, look at this. Oh, yeah. Are we going to get wet? Oh, this looks so cool. Yeah! Are we going to be alright here? Where's the wind blowing? Towards the, oh dear. Well, if we have to move, we have to move. It's fine. Well, we've got movement. There we go. I guess. Look at it go, man. I hope it's got enough turning for... How does it... Are we going to be in... Oh, hello. Are we going to be in the way? Don't think it comes all the way out here, does it? Oh, gosh. Well, I'm going to find out in a minute. It's the same gentleman, it's the same farmer, actually. Been working hard since I got here. Mind you, that is... I mean, I come from a farming background. My family were all farmers. But sadly, the next gen aren't doing it. I don't think that is it. Those in Cyprus from potatoes. It was the Cyprus potato that they were. That was their trade, and some they were making halloumi, growing watermelons as well. Potatoes and watermelons were their main. The cucumbers as well. Lots of export going on as well. They it was a thriving, and that's how I kind of became really at one with hot weather. Just stayed out there all day since I was a kid. In fact, there's a photo of me as a baby. Well, it must have been 6-9 months or something. I remember that photo. Sat in the crop, everyone wearing some protectives from the sun, and I'm just sat there in red, that dark, like sort of potent red soil that Cyprus has. I wasn't born over there, but I did spend a little bit of time over there looking at the photos, and from whatever memories I have, it looked like I was out there quite a lot. And there's some famous stories that my family tell me of me trying to grab a black adder, which is extremely, you know, venomous out there. But obviously I didn't really think too much of it, but there you go. A little bit of background stuff there now. Look at it go. How cool is that? Right, sorry, where was I? I was talking about the, I mean, that was quite funny, wasn't it, with the Sterling? But I do have a lot of love for the Sterling. I know it had, had a bit of a rocky start, really, in its career, to be honest. From day one, they had to make a few adjustments. The angle of attack, the lift was a bit of an issue, and the angle, I don't know if you can see that angle, the way they angled the wings to get a bit more AOA to take off, because the landing gear was extremely huge. In fact, I think I've had a bit of an issue with one of them. I've got so it was completed with 4 Bristol Hercules. It wasn't supposed to be the first choice. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be the first choice 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber. It was indeed Supermarine with RJ Mitchell's design, the Supermarine 317. I mean, can you believe that? Supermarine were busy making Spitfires and wonderful stuff like that, and yet they had a 4-engine. It was going to look a little bit, it's the only best way I can describe it for you. It's going to look like a B-17, but this was huge. This was absolutely huge. I mean, it had its 4 Bristol Hercules, but it just didn't have the lift that it needed. In fact, the max service ceiling was around 16,500. That's, I mean, even the Wellington could do more, and of course the Halifax, the Lancaster, way more than that with that. I mean, the Lancaster's service ceiling was 21,400 foot or so, and that's even with you know, with weight of 63,000 pounds of weight as a total. I mean, max takeoff weight was 68,000 anyway, but yeah, it would. You know, empty weight on the Lancaster was 36,900 pounds, 36,900. This was 40, I think 40, nearly 50,000, 50,000, and it didn't even. That's empty. It was. That is a lot, man. That is a lot. And the thing is, it started to encounter a few issues because of the service ceiling. When it was known that when flying, you know, towards the Alps, you didn't fly over the Alps, you flew through it. And the thing is, with the Sterling, I love it. I don't know why. I love its heroism and what it got up to, and how it became in 1943. They finally said no. The Halifax was out. I mean, that had teething issues as well, which I've explained in shows to do with the kidney style fins, the H-tail there, that had issues. I mean, the Lancaster, you could say, had disastrous issues. Well, when it wasn't a Lancaster, when it was the Manchester. So it kind of had a lot of situations there. But one thing that they said no, an absolute no, was on my huge model that I've got. I'm trying to get another one. The actual weapons bay had 2 dividers, so it had a row of 3 bombs, which is brilliant, all right, and you also had these little compartments here. However, the Royal Air Force were making like 2,000, 4,000 pound cookie bombs, 6,000, 8,000. You couldn't fit anything more than a 2,000 pounder. That was the problem, because of those, because of the doors. And in fact, it was such a design issue that it wasn't rectified, and enough was enough. And they were going to make a Super Sterling with increased wingspan, and the Air Ministry just said no. They were going to bring out a Super Sterling. So in 1943, this changed roles. So it had electronic countermeasures. It was with 100 group. It also, at the back, had a special tow line here to tow, like a towing hook to tow Horsa gliders. So in 1943 onwards, you know, they were making Mark 4, 5s, etc., which were suitable for towing. So it became the bomber that didn't bomb. But I tell you now, it had a lot of amazing stories to tell. It was quite manoeuvrable than the other bombers, though, because of the stubbiness of the wings and the long. You know, I mean, it was huge. It was huge. I mean, the length of one of these was 87 feet 3 inches. All right, 87 feet 3 inches, and the 69 feet 4 inches on the 69 feet 4 inches on the Lancaster. Oh, I think we got a Typhoon. I think we may have a Typhoon. Well, we'll find out if I'm okay in a minute. Thank you. Am I going to be alright here? Well, we've got a Typhoon inbound at some point in about maybe 5 to 6 minutes.
Over 100, the Delta 23 White Tech 2 and 8, 1013. For 1%, 2 altitude 5,000 feet to the pit. Then altitude 5,000 feet next to
Yeah, so that was the Sterling, which enough was enough for it. You'll find it at the likes of Fairford. It was used for towing. They made special marks. They even tried different engines to make it better. It actually made it worse. Right. So have you ever heard of a Sterling Mark II, a short Sterling Mark II? Because you probably haven't, because there weren't that many made, the Sterling II, because it was powered by the Wright R Cyclone, twin Cyclone, the 2600 engines. But it actually made it worse. It had more power and still made it worse. It was quite remarkable, really, in its development. I love the Sterling. I don't know why I love the Sterling. I just think it's just super cool. You know, it took part in major operations such as Operation Market Garden, with the Mark IV. The Mark IV Sterlings, you'll see they've got almost like a little a tow bar at the back for the Horsa gliders and other aircraft as such. But that was the issue, you know, the Sterling's max bomb load, you know, could only go for around 590 miles. So although the short Sterling had this massive capability of like 14,000 pound, that was only for shorter sort of distances, with that about 590 miles. So typical missions deep into Germany or Italy, a smaller 3,500 pound load was carried, consisting of 7 500 pounders. And that was the thing. Like I said, it was doomed from its design, from many things. And the short Sterling, because of the stubby wings, could outturn a Ju-88 and also an a Bf-110 as well. There was, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. But I don't know why I really love the Sterling. I think it's because it had a bit of a reputation. But yeah, there was quite a lot of marks. They tried to make this into I think they made a civilian, pretty sure they kind of adapted this into civilian, into the civilian world, I think. Sterling 5 was a cargo version, again powered by Bristol Hercules. It could take troops as well. I think my engines are going here, it's good, isn't it? But the Sterling 4 was the para dropping and glider towing assault transport aircraft as well. Right, let's have a look where this Rebel. So this is the thing, we're going to get a good view of the Typhoon in a minute. Dieter, yes, I do have a model of Ron Sterling. I've put it on the show a few times. I've got two. I've got one for the show and then one for my home. So yeah, I do. I've just seen Free Orion 3-3. It's just sent 50 Ted Coningsby memberships. Goodness me. Wow. Thank you so much for that. That is sensational. Thank you so much for the support. I'll get Ted to give you a very special fly pass in just a moment. So someone's asked about QNH. So because sea levels rise and fall, they change all the time, QNH is basically the barometric pressure setting that calibrates an altimeter to indicate altitude above mean sea level. Because it's constantly changing, the QNH could be different all the time depending on the sea levels. So when an aircraft is on the ground, setting the local QNH, because it is local, the QNH, causes the altimeter to display the exact elevation of the airfield. It's primarily used during takeoffs, landings, and other approaches as well. You have to set your QNH, which is why you probably just think, you know, pilots just take off and they'll just look at the altimeter, but you need to change the QNH. The pressure is always changing. I can't remember how many hectopascal. I think, was it one bar of pressure, I think, affects, is it 30 feet? I could be wrong, but it affects it in that way. 30 feet. You think 2 digits is going to be 60 feet. You know, that is extremely dangerous. So what I'm saying is that if you don't adjust it, you're going to get a wrong altimeter. Where you, for example, if you're doing a display, oh my word, it is like, yeah, it's extremely, and can be and will be fatal. It will cause an incident. Because if you think you're going 500 feet, you're actually 100 feet, oh dear. Because if you're doing a loop, it's going to be literally, you're going to see the ground. So it's a very, very important, crucial. There's other things like QNH, QFE, other stuff like that. Whoa, it's going into very complex. I'll have to do a drawing because I can make it simple. But if you imagine, if you imagine above sea, if this is the sea, and then you're this aircraft here. So let's, if you're the Sterling, okay, say this was 100 feet, right? Say just for argument's sake, and the sea level rose. Well, where you think it's 100 feet, it's not now, it's now 70 feet. Does that make sense? That if it drops down, so it's to do with that, and it's really crucial you get the local QNH, because otherwise you are going to be in a lot of trouble. In fact, even temperature, there's loads of cool stuff, but sadly, I'm not a pilot, so I couldn't tell you all of it, I'm afraid. So this is where this particular location is a lot more eye satisfying than our original spot, because you'll get to see the whole approach this time. So let's enjoy it. So yeah, without the QNH, you know, you're going to be struggling with navigational accuracy. So I can hear Pratt & Whitney engines in the distance. Aw, yeah. 100% here. The wind is blowing towards me quite nicely, so I can hear that Pratt & Whitney PW F135 PW 600 ride. Right, so we got a little bit of Coningsby. We might go to Coningsby tomorrow. I'll have to have a look at the weather. I'm just literally planning my days through weather. So very shortly we're going to get a Rebel 4-1, a 41 Squadron Phenom. Should do a couple of approaches. So this is called a PD, a practice diversion. Pilots are constantly training, and especially military pilots, they are on a different level. In fact, most likely, shall we say, a different league. Oh, here we go. You can see it already. I was looking somewhere else. Right, this will be good.
4-1 is long final kick out average.
So this is where you're going to love this spot now, isn't it? Because we're going to get to see the whole approach now. Yay! Misty and hazy down there now, isn't it? But we do have F-35s on startup, but that's going with my hearing of of my age, so we'll see. We'll see how reliable it is. So the Typhoon coming in for another approach. Laser Tech 02, thank you very much for the super. Yes, I can hear him. In fact, it sounds like they're taxiing. Can you hear that? Living the dream, how you doing, man? Mark Joyce, good to see you, man. Hope you're all good. Who's gifted a Ted Coningsby membership? Nice one, man. Thank you very much. Dieter, Margot, Lynx, Rainbird, Lewis, not Captain Weber, Richie, Christopher Carr, Acclimator Class Assault Ship. How you doing? So the Typhoon just turning now on long final. Or turning into long final. Let's see if we can spot it. This is a 41 Squadron Typhoon. Back in World War II, their Spitfires would have been marked with Echo Bravo for their squadron markings. Yeah, there's the main road, look. I can hear the F-35Bs getting closer. Sounds like they're taxiing now, actually. Tell you what is good here to see the short takeoff. It is spectacular. Okay, here comes our Phenom and here comes F-35s. Low approach, here we go. Fifth gen, maybe two, looks like two. Tell you what, the light has just gone really strange, isn't it? Oh, look, a bit of Top Gear, look. Pick the Ford Fiesta metal. Do have two. Isn't it? It's a really weird light. It's like a really thin fog, isn't it? Oh, we got more. Nice. Oh, thanks a lot, living the dream, for that support as well. Bless your heart. Thank you very much for the super there. Get Ted to sort out a Guards March in a bit. So more F-35s taxiing. Yeah. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super. LEJ Approach, how you doing? Blocks, Bat Purple, Davey, Captain A, Margot, Frank Warshinsky. going some, this little farm vehicle. It's a beast. A little transformer from earlier. You might get it in the shot in a moment. Here we go, here we go. Oh, this is just going to go for it. Two of them. Let me just get ready. Here we go. There we go, that's we've got 8 F-35s in total today. Pretty cool. Like I said, 10 and more, that is a good day for here. Go, that's 8 F-35 departures at Marham. Can still hear them up in the skies, so got 2 flights of 2 airborne at the moment. Sounds pretty good. Sounds like some reheat going on there. It's got a different tone. Well, thanks very much for joining us today, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all enjoying it. And, when live is live, you just never know what you're going to get. Never know what you're going to be met with. But Stephen Arnold, a high five and a guards march. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. And Lynx Rainbird, high five. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march to you. Also, Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super. Guards march. Paul Electronics, thank you very much for your 21 months membership. I'm enjoying the live stream very much. Thanks to Nicholas and Ted. Oi, oi. Dieter, thanks a lot for the super chat. Laser Tech, high five. Thank you so much for that super. Guards march. Janet D38, member for 16 months. Living the Dream Aviation, high five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march. Living the Dream Aviation, here he is, Mark Joyce. It was great to see you, your brother and your little man, little dude. How's he doing? Regards to you all. Who's a wonderful super chat. High five, paw pump, salute. Thank you so much there, Living the Dream Aviation, who's put oi oi to all, but especially Ted, Nikos, Claire. You deserve all the success that comes your way. Such a wonderful and fun TCS community you've created. All done with that infectious smile. Keep on living the dream. Thank you very much, man. Fly past. Also, Simon Watchon, I5, Guards March, thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Mrs. D, 35 months, wow, another month, and now we have another little member of the TCS, love that. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super. And earlier today, 3 Orion 3-3, high five, paw pump, a salute with a fly past. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say about that, but you've gifted 50 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's 50 new recruits to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you so much. Guards march. Right, let's I have to go and get another cup of tea. So we've got another 4 airborne. But yeah, can you see how weird this light is? Let me see if I can let's just do a few adjustments there. Might make it a little bit more pleasant. Right, be right back. I'm just going to get a cup of tea, and I'll continue with these.
Okay, contact planet now, 232, decimal 7, please. 236 again, please.
Work out where we're going tomorrow now. What's the weather saying tomorrow? Brilliant. Well, that's great tomorrow, isn't it? Thursday's alright, Friday is okay. Go away. Another wasp. Brilliant. Actually no, it wasn't a wasp, that looked like a hoverfly. Tomorrow. Right, date 17th tomorrow. Right. Still don't know where we're going tomorrow, but that's fine. Best thing we can do is just concentrate on here for today. See how we're getting along, how we're doing, what we got. Oh, I was enjoying that cup of tea. That was a good one. It's slightly cooler, but it will get warm in a moment. Looks like this sort of haze is gonna, well, behind me it looks like it's gonna just fade off. But yeah, so going back to our history, I mean, we were talking about the short Sterling bomber there earlier, which operated here. Marham was certainly a busy station from, especially in 1941. 105 Squadron arrived with the wooden legend, the flying tree, the wooden wonder. That was indeed the Mosquito, and Marham became a pathfinder force as well and tested out the Oboe precision bombing aid. Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito training unit in between 1942 and 43, and was also operating the Mosquito as a secret unit. There was a secret unit here called 1418 Flight. What they were a bombing development unit, which there's not that much about them, to be honest, but you may be able to locate some info. But they were certainly here, and they were active, and I only stumbled across them not that long ago. So the de Havilland legend, the Mosquito, I would love to see one of these fly. You never know, one day I think we will do at some point, but a lot of effort has been put in to get the People's Mosquito. I mean, look at it. For me, probably the world's first true multi-role fighter ever to be created. Or that said, either that or the P-38. But been diplomatic and also biased. Very controversial. But hey, it's it is certainly a plan of decisions that were made to make this. I mean, that was de Havilland, Sir Geoffrey de Havilland's plan to say, look, Air Ministry, if you want a bomber, if you want a fighter, if you want a reconnaissance, this is your aircraft. Speed was also its defence as well. We could arm it, you could have bombs on it. In fact, they managed to cut the fins off the 250 pounders to give it a good amount of bombs here, which was pretty amazing really how they did that. Look at this, only just seen these, you could fit them on there as well. I mean, it was just remarkable what they could do, you know. And in 1943, the 30th of Jan, I've mentioned to you before about the nuisance raid. That was pretty cool as well. Yes, 3 and 3 Mosquitoes of Marham went for the nuisance raid to upset a party that was going on in Germany. If you remember our nuisance raid talks there. It's quite spectacular really when you think about Marham played that vital role. I don't know if any of you remember the story there with let me get my you know what happened when we get things going on. Okay, so the F-35Bs, well, one of the flights, they're not too far away, they're not operating miles away, but at the same time we won't know if they are going to go off to the North Sea to refuel. Who knows? Only they know. But something that I covered in previous times was about a German, you know, very important figure of Germany, and obviously, depending on how you look at it, but under the name you may be familiar with Hermann Wilhelm Goering, who was born in 1893. I don't know if you've what is that on the screen? Goodness, maybe getting attacked there. He was one of the most powerful figures of the Nazi powers. He was also an ace in World War I, a leader of a squadron, the commander of the Luftwaffe, and he also met Hitler before Hitler came into power as well. It's amazing. Let me get one of his aircraft actually, because there's quite a lot of history And it was one of the most really cool things. What I learned about this is when you just let me put my little model here. So I've got we saw these, didn't we, at Cosford? I just want to let me put that in my pocket because I just want to. It's amazing. You read. Is that bug still there? You read about all the aircraft, and you read about a particular public figure at the time, a powerful figure, and then you look into it a little bit more, because I remember when I first started telling you about the nuisance raid, it was always about 30th of January, Hitler's 10-year anniversary. But the thing is, where was Hitler on that day? It never occurred to me to even think it was a big day for the powers, but where was Hitler? I never thought about that. Where was he? What was going on there? Well, he certainly wasn't getting great news. But they lost out, didn't they? Stalingrad, they lost out, and the North Africa campaign, it wasn't very well. It wasn't going very well. So a public figure that I came across was indeed Hermann Wilhelm Goering, who was born in 1893, and he was one of the most powerful figures in the Nazi powers. You may have heard of him, and Marham decided to ruin his party. He was an ace in World War I. He was also a leader of a squadron and a commander of the Luftwaffe, and met Hitler. Like I said, before he came even into power, Goering finished with 22 aerial victories in World War I, and when the legend that you may have heard of, well, we all know him as Red Baron, but Manfred von Richthofen, or Red Baron, when he was shot down and killed, it seemed obvious for the replacement. Why don't we just choose the closest to him, which would have been his brother, to lead the squadron. I'm just conscious of this. I'll wait, because we're going to get distracted a little bit. But yeah, how amazing is that, though, that it wasn't his brother that was going to lead the squadron after the death of the Red Baron. I'll just wait for this tractor just to do a nice little spin, a nice little turn. Quite amazing, really. Cool. Bit on the old close side there. Yeah, that's what I mean. I thought I'd leave the distractions to one side there. But yeah, so after the death of the legend, the Red Baron, here's his aircraft that you may have seen with the vintage, the Great War display team, the Fokker DR1. Look at that triplane, absolutely amazing, and they did a wonderful job. And this was the Red Baron's aircraft. They were dubbed the Flying Circus because they had different colours on these. There was yellow, green, of course, blue and red. And it was amazing. And yes, so who was going to lead the Jagdgeschwader number 1, the Flying Circus? Who was going to lead? And they, everyone thought it was clearly going to be, von Richthofen's brother. But it wasn't. It wasn't actually. It was indeed Goering. I know. Why did they do that? Why did they choose? Well, we don't know. But was he? I'm just trying to think. You also had Udet as well, who was the second highest scoring as well. Maybe they felt that maybe losing someone quite close, maybe, I don't know, actually, how many brothers did von Richthofen have? I'm wondering if it's to do with maybe we don't want to lose. I don't know, but they were in combat anyway. But anyway, after the Great War, Goering was ordered to lead the squadron. And the thing is, after the war, he was told to. He led the squadron after the death of the Red Baron. But after the war, when it was all over, they had to. Goering led the flight all the way to France at an airfield and surrender his aircraft, basically. And there was a few things that he said that was quite famous. He told his men, and this is quite amazing when you read it and. Wow, what he did. He told his men, our time will come again. He was shot down as well and it was the only time he was shot down. And I'm just trying to think, there was a few incidences, I'm just trying to remember now, whether if that's when he encountered having morphine. I'm just trying to think it was that, or when he got shot in the leg. I need to try and do a little bit more research. But also in that flying circus was Ernst Udet, one of the pilots of the Imperial German Air Service. He was an ace with 62 aerial victories. He was second to the Red Baron. He went on, as we know, to USA, and in 1933 at an air show noticed a Curtiss Goshawk biplane performing the nosedive, and guess what nosedived? And it was Ernst Udet that actually inspired this. That's right, the Stuka. I know, he loved the fact of this biplane diving down, and it gave him the idea of thinking, hang on a minute, if we're going along, and I've used this example, if you're going along, and let's take a Lancaster, when it drops its bombs, okay, it takes 7 seconds from the first to the last bomb to drop. If you're going 200 miles per hour, I'll let you do the maths, how much of a distance have you travelled in 7 seconds going 200 miles per hour? Of course, now you've got guided missiles. You don't need that problem. You've got laser guided. You get a lock on from miles away, get a lock on, push the pickle button and done. But isn't that amazing? From that flying circus, that Jagdgeschwader 1, you had Goering leading it. You had von Richthofen. You had Ernst Udet second with 62 aerial victories. Maybe von Richthofen's brother just didn't have, I don't know, maybe they just didn't have what it takes, perhaps. But I remember Goering said that, our time will come, don't you worry about that. But how amazing was Ernst Udet, after the war goes into, I mean, he was also an aerobatics, and Goering was an aerobatics pilot as well. Goering was highly decorated, became a display pilot as well. But while Germany was forbidden to rearm, they did with Lufthansa. They actually did make, did they? They did make and create weapons, but in a form of aircraft. But they were dubbed as civilian, but they were easily converted. If you take the 108, the Messerschmitt 108, the Typhoon, it was called a Typhoon. The 108, I mean, if you look at the 109, very similar. In fact, when we saw the P-51, no, the Buchon, you remember the Buchon from Cosford? The 109, the Spanish Hispano Buchon, the 109, basically a Spanish-made 109. It's got a Merlin engine in there, or a Rolls-Royce engine in there, right? But did you know that the original 109, which I found out at Cosford, the very early 109s, the very earliest ones, actually had, I think, Rolls-Royce engine in them. But of course, I think BMW came along and said, "Nah, we'll get our engines in there." But anyway, but through Lufthansa, civilian company, they made, or merely dubbed, civilian aircraft that were they were forbidden through the Treaty of Versailles, and they were forbidden to rearm, but they were doing it very, under covert, style, secrecy and that. But yes, and so Goering went out of his way, and he went on to the civilian after that. After doing, he had enough of being a display pilot that he decided to have life as a civilian pilot, and it was here. This is another turning point. Display pilot. So if we go back, sorry to go back, but if we go back, flying with the Jagdgeschwader 1 with the Red Baron, leading the Jagdgeschwader 1, ending the war, handing in the, disarming, becoming a display pilot, then a civilian pilot, and it was that he met a Countess, Karin von Foch, and she was already married, had a family and stuff, but she clearly had a thing for Goering, and they ran off together. And they ran off, and this is quite important. In 1922, they ran away to Munich, and this is where there was a meet with Hitler. It was the first encounter with Hitler, and they became friends. And this was the start. And Karin, in 1923, with the help of others, introduced this new movement that was going on. There was a bit of an uprise. Well, things don't change today, do they? There was a bit of an uprise. They were like, no, we don't like this movement. We want our own. And literally, they formed an alliance, Hitler and Goering, and they tried to overthrow the government. But the police, there was I can't remember what day it was. I think it was in 1923. There was a rally. They thought that the police wouldn't, open fire on them, but they did. And this is where Goring got shot in the thigh, and I think this is where it got infected. Hitler got arrested and went to prison. We all know how that turned out. But they opened fire, and I think this is where he got addicted to morphine. I'm pretty sure, and opiates and all that kind of stuff. And I think he even had a dental problem as well, and he was on painkillers, and he was just absolute mad. He was a bit bonkers, and everyone was like, "What the salmon?" And Goring was shot in the thigh, and they were all arrested, got his addiction. But 1934, when Hitler came out, 1934. This was a crucial point in 1934. This is where Hitler got into power, January 10th. And it was the rise. And Goering said in his famous words, he was promising Germany all these things. And he said, the RAF will never fly over Germany. Well, they did. And he said that they certainly won't ever see Berlin. They did. And in fact, it was thanks to Marham. So 10 years after that, and this is the whole point, the Volkswagen the V301, which was 30th of January. It was a play on words. It was a tiny little radio set that everyone had. Was it the Volkswagen? Yes, something like that. I try my best to try and remember all this stuff. And so 10 years on, we're talking about 1944. And the reason why Hitler wasn't there is because they lost Stalingrad. It was embarrassing for him on his 10-year anniversary of power to stand there in front of, it was a whole party. Meanwhile, back in Norfolk, sorry for those that know, they were like, hey, they're having a party over in Berlin. Should we go and sort them out? And they did just that, man. And it was weapon of choice for a low-level strike, the Mosquito. Oh yeah, and they did just that, ladies and gentlemen. Our lovely, lovely, lovely Mosquito. Well, they were like, right, let's go and sort these out. Let's go and sort them out. So it was, oh, hello. So it was a special day, 30th of January, 1943. Germany, sorry, I might have said 44, 1943, sorry, beg your pardon. Germany was celebrating and holding the rallies. And like I said, the Reich Marshal Hermann Goering was to deliver a special, like we're talking about thousands of people had these little V301s, right? The little radio headsets. But at 8:45 here at Marham, it was free de Havilland Mosquitoes. There were B Mark 4s of 105 Squadron. They took off, and they were led by Squadron Leader Reggie Reynolds, DFC. And there were 3 of them, and they took off. And this is with 105 Squadron. And, 8:45. And the thing is, at precisely, I'm just trying to remember the time, 2 hours, 15 minutes, is it 3 hours? I'm just trying to think of what time, 11 o'clock. So the RAF found out what time these speeches were going to take place. And don't forget, tens of thousands of people. Imagine the Sportspalast, which was Berlin, the Schöneberg Sportspalast, Berlin's biggest outdoor sports stadium. But like I said, meanwhile, back in Norfolk, 8:45. Oh dear, oh dear. So back in Norfolk, that's right. I'm just trying to work out the time, how long it took. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 35. Right, just trying to work out the timings here. So the RAF worked out what time. Anyway, the Mosquitoes, 3 of them took off. Low level, so not be detected by radar, and then a beautiful clearing of the sky. It was literally about 30 seconds, I reckon, before Goering stood up to do his speech in front of million. I think it was about 5 million were tuned in as well with the radio. I think that was the population of Germany in 43, I think, if I remember correctly. Anyway, and just literally it was going 20 seconds left to go before very proud Goering was about to tell everyone, right, thank you very much. Anyway, guess what happened? The sound of sirens started to play. Bombs were dropped. The mosquitoes managed to get through. Obviously, don't forget the famous words of Goering. Well, the RAF won't ever see Germany, or won't ever see Berlin. Well, they did. In fact, they got through to Berlin. It was, I think, it could have been the first encounter into Berlin in 43. But it was a nuisance raid. It wasn't to, you know, to take out targets. It was to cause havoc. The radio station did not know what to do. Bombs, sirens, anti-aircraft fire. Goering was absolutely furious that he stamped the lectern, and the radio station panicked. The broadcasting station didn't know what to do, so they treated to the whole 5 million viewers or listeners with scratchy German march music. Anyway, the mosquitoes managed to get back, no losses. Okay, so there we go. And it was also Goebbels' turn. Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister, Goebbels, his turn was next at 4 p.m, 1600 local Germany, I believe. But at 13:25, just before 105 Squadron crews returned safely, 139 Jamaica Squadron, they took off as well. They were going to do the same thing. This time, however, those in Germany were ready for them in Berlin, and sadly, on the way back, they did lose one to anti-aircraft fire, unfortunately, and it was sadly a loss there for Marham. But no, it was Darling and Wright. I think it was Flight Officer Bill Wright, and yes, that's right, Donald Darling was the pilot. Squadron leader Donald Darling and his navigator Bill Wright in DZ 367, they lay together, resting in peace in the German Commonwealth War grave in Berlin, where they fell. Rest in peace, Marham's 139 crew of that flight. But, you know, it didn't really, and this is the thing, right? When they got back, the boys were treated to steak and chips, and the famous words from one of the pilots said, certainly worth going to Berlin for steak and chips. That is so RAF, isn't it? It's so amazingly, well, it's worth having some steak and chips to go to Berlin for. But seriously though, on a statistic point of view, the RAF learn how much fuel does it take for Berlin and back, how long does it take. They learned quite a lot of stuff from it. You know, it wasn't a raid to blow up targets, it was a raid to just be a nuisance, but they learned from it. They knew how long it takes, how much fuel, what sort of anti-aircraft fire did they have, that kind of thing. So it was very useful, but it was very, very annoying for Goering and Goebbels. But Goebbels' speech, when the next second flight of 3 went over, they actually left the background. Yeah, they actually left that going. So there we go. Right. Where's my phone? What's my phone here? Oh, right. 12:35 we're doing. Any impressions are obviously my own. They're not. I'm not impersonating anyone. They're just my own. So please don't be offended by my interpretation and impressions, because that's one of the sad things about modern day, is that it seems like modern day, the fun out of comedy has been taken out, where words seem to have a physical impact on people, unfortunately, in this day and age. And I'm all for comedy, and I'm all for mimic and fun, and I'm all for good old 80s classic comedy. It's harmless, it's fun, and it makes us laugh. There is no offence to go with it. I don't often rant about stuff like that, but I'm very passionate about comedy, and I think people should literally, you know, yeah, you know, when did ears suddenly have a physical impact with words? Sorry, but that is my outtake on that. No, never. EP6, so I'm never losing that. Sorry. Joshua Brown, how you doing? Dieter, Dave Earl, how you doing? Yeah, wait until MedTed comes out. I did. Yeah, MedTed loves it. So yeah, so Marham played a well, as I found out today, Marham's Wellingtons did a lot as well, and that I do need to I just stumbled across a Royal Air Force records, and I just stumbled across a lot of Marham's Wellingtons, by the way, so I need to have a look at that. That stuff like that takes days, takes hours, takes months, weeks, whatever. It takes a long time of research. You cross-reference it, because I have to say this, and I'm very sorry to say, but the internet isn't always right, and even some books as well. There are mistakes in books. In fact, I've got one here, but hey, you know, I make mistakes as well, so I'm not here to go, look at that, you made a mistake. No, just you know, whoever wrote that book, whoever wrote that bit of info must have got it from somewhere else. They may have wrote it wrong, they may have got the misinformation, but they still tried. And that's the thing, keep trying. Even if you make something wrong, don't worry about it. Who cares? Doesn't matter. You won't do that again, right? You learn, you get better and better. So Marham was eventually, after the war, was eventually chosen to become a VHB, a very heavy bomber base. That's right, the runways were going to be extended as well. They were going to be made ready for the Boeing Washingtons, aka B-29s. Lakenheath, Marham and Sculthorpe, they were chosen to be expanded with 3 longer hardened runways in the Class A configuration. So Marham's runways actually closed in March 1944. Now, if you remember, a lot of the stations that I cover, they do seem to close, not altogether, because that would be disastrous. Like, come on lads, we've got a war to finish here. Let's just close the runway. You know, obviously they had to do it strategically and tactically, shall we say. Marham's term was March 1944. And so they can have some serious heavy bombers, and it does take time. Lakenheath was done sort of just after the war, but it took nearly 3 years, which, wow, wonder why. But 1946, testing out the new runways were heavily loaded Lancasters, B-17s and modified B-29s. It was used like a test. I don't think they were there operationally, but Operation Project Ruby. The project was a series of test trials testing effectiveness of deep pen bombs, deep penetration bombs, such as the Grand Slam and Disney. B-50s were also here, B-29s. If you want to see some of the B-29 and B-50 artifacts, check out Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. It's not on the station, so it's open to the public, but do go online to find out their opening days and hours. I think it is Tuesday and Wednesdays are their days. And between 48 and 50, the 2nd and the 307th Bomb Group eventually made Lakenheath their home from here as well. There was a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for, rotational, temporary deployment, or on a rotational basis. 22nd of March 1950, 4 of the 70 Boeing Washington B-1s arrived at Marham, until finally Marham's first jet aircraft arrived, the English Electric Canberra. and eventually the Vickers Valiant and the Handley Page Victor. They were part of the V-Force, but the Victors, however, were converted to the tanker role rather than a bomber role, and were flown by 55 and 57 Squadron. 57 Squadron, they fly the Prefect at RAF College, Runway. All right.
Yeah, these are going to refuel and go back out with new pilots.
Cool. Okay, cool. Thanks. So what I'll do is I will do the honours of showing you the Boeing Washingtons that were here. 115 Squadron, we're here with the Boeing Washington. So what is all that about with the Boeing Washingtons? Well, let's have a little look. Boeing Washington. One of the many hundreds of planes that I have here. I do have a 115 Squadron Washington here. Always reminds me of the film, a really good war film, Unbroken. So this is the markings of 115. This is what was here. This is why it was chosen to be a VHB, as well as Sculthorpe. Even Coningsby had these as well, the Boeing Washington. It was amazing. Look at it. So Boeing Washington B1s, they are in fact B29s. They are B29s basically, but they were leased. There was about 70 to 80 odd for the Royal Air Force. So why were they? Why did the Royal Air Force rent them instead of buy them? Well, the thing is, it was a stopgap. See, the Avro Lincoln was literally the RAF's version, shall we say, in some aspects. But the Lincoln came out too late, and there was a stopgap because, of course, well, we're going from piston to jet, and this was the stopgap and the reasons why. Even though it probably cost to run one of these 5 times more than a Lincoln. I think it was 87. I think the Royal Air Force were going to order on these, about 87 of these from the United States. But it was literally a stopgap for the English electric camera, and that's the thing to remember. Which is why they didn't buy these. They thought, well, if we lease, get some on loan, then we can, you know, we don't have to be stuck with them, because at the end of the day, if you've got jet power, why would you want this? But then again, this was an absolute beast, and certainly made an impact during the Second World War out in Japan, right? I mean, that we know. There wasn't really anything different between the loaned Boeing Washingtons other than the markings and the roundels. I don't think there was anything that I know of. It was powered by the huge the Wright R-3350 23 radial engines as well. But the RAF called them the Boeing Washington, and it's quite normal for that to happen, and it still happens today. Air forces have their own designation, but like I said, it was a stopgap, and it was here, and it's amazing to see this here. But the example of Enola Gay dropping the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, you know, B-29s were built, you know, they weren't built for the RAF. They were on loan, and it was 87, I remember the number now, 87 that in total that were built for the US Army Air Forces, and use many had seen active as well. So there we go. So there is something called ELINT as well. While in service with the Royal Air Force, the Washington was also used in electronic signals intelligence ELINT aircraft, which is something I believe they still do today. But there we go. It is an absolute beast of an aircraft. Look at it, massive. Look how huge it is. But I love the wing wave in the film Unbroken. I love that moment. I thought that was I was horrified at the end. I thought, uh-oh, this is the end. But those B-29s made sure that hey, we own this place now. Real good film if you want to watch that. I think it was I think although it was 87 that were built in total, if I remember, I think 70 were ordered. Do you know, I'm just trying to remember. I'm just trying to remember how many the RAF ordered. Yeah, I'm going to go with 87. I'm going to go with 87. I'm going to go with that. I don't mind. I could be wrong, but I'm not going to be that far out. It was 70 or 87, 77, I don't know. I'll remember one day. But also Marham played that a crucial role with its Victors. Victors also played that major part in the Black Buck raids in 1982 as well. It was a very crucial role in the most complex and longest bombing raid in the history at that time. And Marham's Victors, they were converted to air-to-air refuel, and that was the thing. And not only for the Vulcan to get out there. There's a nice little bit of wildlife for you. Here you go. Cool. Yeah, so the Black Buck raids, which was a raid, the first one to disable the runway at Port Stanley after the Argentine invaded the British islands of the Falklands. And the plan was to destroy the runway so that the Argentine Air Force would not have the superior air, or shall we say air superiority, which would absolutely cause havoc on our Navy fleet. And they did just that on the 2nd, well, from the 2nd of April 1982, once the invasion began. Margaret Thatcher said, right, let's do this. And she did. The problem was, though, the Falklands were so far away, about 8,000 miles away for a round trip. The Vulcan bomber had all its bits all over the place, was one problem. Refueling probes used as ashtrays, had a range of. The other problem was that it was about to be retired, bits all over the place, and the range had 2,607 mile range. Now that was our bomber, and it was an 8,000 mile round trip. Oh dear. So the other problem was, well, the Vulcans wasn't really bothered about precision bombing either. Vulcans were, well, you know, part of the Cold War to carry nukes, right? Blue steel, all that kind of good stuff, right? But, well, if you're a few meters out, not really going to matter if you're carrying that kind of ordnance. But inch precision wasn't really the Vulcan's thing. But hey, guess what? A £5 calculator from a market using a very technical refueling plan with 13 Victors from Marham. Well, I'm going to show you what it looked like, this raid. It wasn't an easy raid. Very complex. I'm going to show you what it looked like to put this together. So they got to Ascension Island. The Vulcan bombers from Waddington went to the Ascension, and this is what it looked like. So an 8,000 mile round trip would need a Vulcan with a spare and 13 Victors, one of them being a spare. My friends, this is what it looks like. That is how you get this. So these little targets, that's a refueling. So these little things are refueling. So this flight here, these two Victors, one of them would refuel the other one and one would turn back. This was the spare. On this flight, I remember having a look at a diagram someone kindly gave me. It was split into 3 flights, white, red and blue. And I can't remember which way around it is, but this is what it looked like. Can you see that okay? Would it be easy if I did it that way? And I've never actually thought about doing it that way. Why don't I do it this way? Why have I never bothered to do it this way? So we start off with, over here, what we got? We got 10 Victors. So there was 4 of them would refuel each other. Once they've done that, this little arrow means you go home, you turn back, yeah? So after that flight there, you've then got 6 left, all right? So let's pick on this Victor here. This one here started off over here, and it refueled. Hang on a minute. Yeah, this one went over here to get refueled by this one, and this one went home. This one kept going, kept going, kept going. This Victor here was refueled. That went home. This is still going, this Victor. This Victor's still going. It's going over here, and it's off over here to refuel, and one of these two here, but it also refueled the Vulcan. So the Vulcan, before it's bombing, would be refueled 5 times. I know it's complex, isn't it? So you've got the Vulcan setting off from Ascension Island, gets refueled by this Victor here, it's still going. The Vulcan has its second air-to-air refuel by this one, by the look of it. And then the Vulcan gets refueled by this one here, and this Victor goes away. The Vulcan has its 4th refuel by this one, who's refueled the other Victor, and then one of them goes away. And then on the 5th one, on the 5th one, refuels the Vulcan, and this Victor goes away. The Vulcan is on its own, but over here, this lonely Victor has to meet up for the 6th time to refuel the Vulcan so it comes back. Now, can you think of any problems here? Yes. What if the air-to-air refueling probe snaps? It did just that. What if you've got the calculations wrong? You know, wind speed, fuel consumption. Yes, that also happened. They got it a little bit wrong on some occasions. There were a few instances where, one Vulcan ended up, Black Buck 6 ended up in Brazil. There was all sorts of stuff. In fact, if you go to Marham Aviation Heritage Centre, one of the guys will tell you all about it. He was a Victor crewman, and he will tell you all about that raid. The other thing I do need to learn a bit more is Marham's Canberra missions, because of course the Canberra was still going. It was still here. It had over 50 years service here, and while the Canberra was enjoying all these wonderful aircraft, right? Coningsby had theirs in 1953, the English Electric Canberra. Marham had its first Tornado GR1 delivered to Marham. That was ZA601 on the 24th of April 1982 from BA Wharton in preparation for the reformation. It was 617 Dambusters Squadron, which stood up on the 1st of January 1983. This was shortly followed by 27 Squadron, which reformed at Marham on the 12th of August 1983. 27 Squadron operate at Odium now with the Chinook. 57 Squadron disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986, leaving just 55 Squadron as the last Victor K2 unit. 55 and the last of the Victor Squadrons disbanded on October 1993, with the last victor to leave departing in November. So while the Tornado legacy began at Marham and the Victors coming to an end, the Canberras were still going from the 50s. You also had December 1993, number 39 1 Photographic Reconnaissance Unit Squadron arrived at Marham from its with its Canberra's PR7s and 9s from Whitton. This lasted until 31st of July 2006. This, my friends, ended 52 years of Canberra operations at Marham. And you know what? That's another thing I've got to find out. I'd like to know more Canberra missions that were here. I'd really love to know a little bit more about Marham's Canberra missions. And I'm really gutted because I got given a really nice book. It was written by Ken Delve and it's just called RAF Marham, The History of. And I cannot find it, man. Of all the books I've got, it must have fallen out in the van somewhere. I've looked and I'm gutted. I really am. I'm really gutted about it because I loved that. I didn't get to the Canberra stage. I was reading more about the World War II side of things and I hadn't got to the Canberra, so I'm really gutted about that, but I'll just get another one. So 2018, 617 Dambusters arrived at Marham as the first F-35B unit with 4 F-35s. 207 Squadron followed in 2019 and 809 stood up at Marham December 2023. The Tornado, the GR4, retired in 2019 after nearly 4 decades of being in operation and keeping the UK and fellow allies safe. Long live the Tonka! Look at this. Yeah, look at that. Beauty, isn't it? This was my favourite as a kid. I just love everything about it. I've given you full-on educations about it. The variants, the effort. I do have, thanks to AGR models from Jeff from AGR. I'm going to put a link where some of these models have come from because I'd like to promote Jeff at AGR, who sends them to me, bless him, to donate to the show, to to show them off. Look at this. But I do. This is a GR4, but I do have in my possession an RAF Coningsby 65 Squadron F3. So that'll be with us on our Coningsby streams, the F3. So I won't show you it just yet. Absolutely brilliant. Maybe later on I'll give you a little bit of education on the because there is a bit of a. I'll tell you what. For our younger viewers, by the way. Do you know what this is? Does anyone know what this is? For our younger viewers, this cassette tape. Yeah, this is yep, little cassette there for our younger viewers. Yep, it's all very well now. Just all digital and all that. But this is what we had to deal with putting this in. Even the Kickstart 2 used to put these in. Yeah. Remember getting the old pencil and rewinding it? Yeah. But I was going to tell you, what has this got in common with a Tornado? Let me know in the comments. Not necessarily this like soundtrack, motion picture soundtrack, but what has a cassette tape got in common with a Tornado? Darren WS, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Darren Musson, yeah, pretty much. you basically enter all your. I'll give you a full tour of the Tornado if I get a chance. But you actually put all your flight data on there and then load it up into the cockpit recorder. I know. On the how Matt, you put in your flight plan, you put all your details of where you're going, and you load it up into your Tornado when you fly. Yep, pretty much. Aspen, how you doing, man? That's correct. Yeah, Nigel Freeston, that's right. Mission data loaded into the aircraft on cassette. Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. Cool. I know, it's... I always try to find little fun things like that for you. But there we go. So welcome to RAF Marham, a nice little relaxed place to chill and watch air fighter jets hover. There's the approach lights there. Really, really strange light today, unfortunately, but hey, we'll just go with it. Right, tell you what, I might go and get a cup of tea. It's all about the Bundes.
You take the northern AAA, I'll look for the southern. Copy, I'll just Amgen that now. I neglected to do it on the ground.
Right, we got our arrivals coming up. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at Marham, and it sounds like we got our first arrivals from our second wave coming up. So as the sun breaks through, looking forward to the arrivals. So we've had 4 vertical landings already, which was pretty awesome. How dare the bugs get in my tea? How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and just waiting for our arrivals of wave 2. We do have 4 out there. So our next, so I've just seen a comment in there on the chats about our next air shows and stuff. Our next event will be Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day, the weekend ending June off, literally. I think 26th and the 27th, which sadly means it clashes for us with Shuttleworth. So unless it's absolutely crazy weather, right, that's that done. Yeah, so Shuttleworth unfortunately won't be there.
Currently flight level 60 climbing, climbing to flight level 170, caravan F-35, outbound from Lake. 4, close to contact.
Yeah, so Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good and well. Right. So look at this vast Tell you what, there's a lovely local kebab shop over there. Just go down the main road, take a left, go into Marham. Don't take the left turning to, let's say, to intersect the station, because you can drive through it. Well, not through the station, but you know what I mean. You'll know what I mean if you took that left. Keep going straight. So go down. So come out of here, go down all the way there. Ignore the left turning where it says RAF Marham. Keep going straight. And Donato's amazing kebabs. And actually, I might try their pizza tonight. Their pizzas look amazing. Yeah, go and see Jo, and she's great. Ted and I might have to do some plane spotting food guides. Margot, how you doing? Yeah, we've had typhoons, one typhoon with 2 practice diversions, 8 departures, 4 vertical landings. It's been a good day. It's been a great day, and the day's not finished yet. I think I can hear another startup in the distance. Luke M, what pizza are you fancying? Ooh, I might just have black olives and that's it. I might do that. I'm a bit of a plain Jane type of guy, but sometimes I do like a bit of pepperoni and black olives. They do look amazing. Now I've got a choice. This is the problem now. Pizza or kebab? Kebab, it's got to be chicken shish. It's very rare. To be honest though, I do miss the Greek style ones, just completely plain, with a little bit of seasoning and oregano, and that's it. Whack it on the charcoal. It's very rare to get them without all the marinade and stuff. Not saying that I don't like it. Just if I had the choice, it would just be good old plain. A little bit of salt, pepper, oregano. Whack it on the barbie, on the char grill. Yeah. Because a lot of people think kebab, you know, on the spit, the doner meat and all that. Nah, just chicken shish, man, chicken shish. You know this. Obviously, Ted's looking at me funny. He's thinking of salmon. You don't get many places that do salmon kebabs, Ted. Yeah, too right. Christopher Neal, the Ted and Nikos Plane Spotters food guide. Dieter, yeah, man, it is amazing. They are lovely. Oi, oi. Yeah. Ted's got a good, and the one we go to, I don't mind because they're local businesses, and they do rely on, you know, support. And from Coningsby, I always go to Gosburton Kebab and Grill. I love that, Gosburton. This is where me and Claire Bear just park up on the side of the road and just fold out our pocket table and pocket chairs and just eat on the side of the road. It's brilliant. Yeah, Gosburton. There's also another one at Outwell as well. We use that one as well. I'm going to do the Ted Coningsby's local plane spotting food guide. How's that? Do you like that one? Suddenly these places are getting Google reviewed and having a look at right now. Yeah, Luke, Ted does have salmon pizza. Fozzie, how you doing? Hope you're good. Kevy, how you doing, man? Block, Simon Watcher on EP65, Michael Woodringe, Margot, Richie B, Hey, Simon Watcham, what's up? Daring Daz, how's it going? And Deister, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Darren WS 1111, have a pizza. Oh, bless your heart. Thank you, I will do. I did say I was going to try their pizzas next time I come. Can't wait. It looks amazing. One of those wood-fired ones. Do you know what I mean, mate? It's good, mate. Alright, here we go. And if you're tuned in, don't forget to hit the like button. If you haven't done so already, give us a thumbs up as we've got our... sounds like our first two are nearby now, on approach. Well, it did sound like there was or a startup, or an engine at least spooling in the distance, but goodness me, these midges are just Really bad. Is there like an anti-midgie thing? It's got to be somewhere. Really bad. I forgot how bad they were. They get everywhere. So itchy as well. And when you're trying to film and they're itching all over you. Richie B, yes, Ted was actually part of the roll demo team at Cosford for that. Ted's very honoured. It was really good to be part of the display. He was in the display. There's I've got some photos of Ted in airborne in the Chinook as well. Paul Edwards, greetings to you. Welcome from Perth, Australia. Loving the channel. You're most welcome. Yes. So it's that's Ted's fourth Chinook flight. So his first ever experience was at RIAT in 2023 in the full display. That was goodness me, there's some amazing photos of Ted in that. The next experience was firing 7,000 rounds with the gunner at Holbeach with the M134 minigun. His next display was at RIAT in the Roll Demo Team 2025 at RIAT, and his fourth time in a Chinook was well, this Sunday that's just gone in the Roll Demo Team for 2026. So with that said, it's time to have a Chinook patch for Ted. So we're going to get one made. Also, Ted did some PR work with the Red Arrows, as he does. You know how it is. beautiful. Just think 40,000 pounds in weight is just hovering like that. Just, you know. And just on a hover. Ted, do the honours, mate. Let's have a look what we got here. Ted's just going to show you something. We haven't done this since the days of old, from many years ago here, that is, in this field. Ted, what we got, mate? What's the scores? Ted's going to just show you something quickly, Ted, before the battery runs out. not on the camera, don't worry about that. Right, what we got then, Ted? Ted's just going to show you the damage. 130.9 decibels on a Stovall mode here at Marham. We haven't done this in a long time, haven't we, Teddy? I know, 130.9 decibels. Thanks a lot, Teddy. That's why I, when the first one of this flight, the first one, there was a bit of fumbling going on here with the camera, that I was trying to turn that on. I forgot I had it with me, and I thought, we haven't done this in ages, so I thought, you know, for a bit of fun, let's have a little look what we're dealing with here. Oi, oi, oi. Well, I'm going to have a little bit of water. It is rather baking now, but that's fine. It's to be expected. It is that time of year. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Thank you very much for everyone who's nearly got us to 1,000 likes. That'll help the numbers as well. And that's 8 F-35s out, 8 F-35Bs, VLs, and 2 Typhoons. Well, sorry, 8 F-35Bs and 1 Typhoon doing 2 low approaches. Pretty cool. We had a few low approaches from the F-35B, some slow low approaches as well, which is always good. Gary Inge, Alan Q, Lynx Rainbird. Aspen, how you doing? Oi, oi, what up? How you doing? Hope you're all good. I'm just going to go and get some water. Keep hydrated. As it's Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Not a bad day, and Let's hope for a few more, see if we can get the magic 10 plus. That would be awesome. Whew. There goes the shutdown. So now it's just a waiting game for the next movements. It's been good. Just 2 away from the magic 1-0 of departures, which would be great. That's what I would class as a good day. But you know, we're always grateful here. It's all about quality, not quantity. And even if we just had the one, we're good with that. We're always fine with anything. The one, even if we had 0 until I always make something out of nothing. RAF Waddington with no red arrows, practice displays or anything like that, or any training. Just the one transit in flight going to Valley. Remember that? Just turned it into a Teducation. Why not? Because we can. Liam Budd, no problem at all. It was great to see you all. It was amazing. Thank you very much. And it was great to meet you all. And thanks a lot there, Liam. Hope Jacob's all right. No problem at all. Glad it made his day. Gary Inch, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you. Oh, let's have a little look over here, see what we got over this side. Lots of farmland. Again, the former RAF Narborough was just over these trees, just over this side. That's where the former airfield was. Not a lot of it remains. It didn't retain and carry on. That was it. After 1919, that was the end of Narborough pretty much. But Marham, on the other hand, had a different career. Even though it did close in 1919, in 1935 it was brought back to life. So if you want to know if we're live, make sure you keep that notification bell button on. Right, let's see what else we got down here now. Ugh. So, if you fancy some official Ted Coningsby merchandise, don't forget we've got our Marham inspired t-shirt, the Ain't No Bother to Hover. But going back to our very first ever merchandise, actually, was it our, it could have been our wristband that may have been the first, but this was our first patch, still going strong. Look at it, our first ever patch ever created, and it's still going. A little bit of a story to tell, inspired by someone we know very well, and one of our latest is not the latest. We got our special ops patch, so in that subdued sort of colour scheme, the special ops. They are all supplied with Velcro, so you can attach it to ready-made hook and loop, or you can sew this. Do your absolute worst. If you're anything like me, I think Frankenstein will probably do a better job. And then you can just basically put that over there and hide your amazing stitching. Everyone will think you're amazing at it. That's what I love about these. Same with the hook and loop. So our first ever patch to one of our latest ones. There are the Ted Carries is the latest. There will be another patch coming out with the Chinook inspired one, so we'll try and get something sorted there for that. So these are amazing, all made beautifully, embroidered by Squadron Prints. Didn't realise they've been going for a very, 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 very long time. Bless them. Big shout out to Squadron Prints, man, our main supplier. Now I've got this book on military aircraft from like World War II era, and it's got the Hunter in it. It's got the de Havilland Hornet, Canberra, that sort of just post. I think it's post Second World. It's got Second World War and post Second World War. In the 40s, late 40s with like Burma, late 50s with with the Canberra, and 60s, early and sort of late 50s and early 60s with the Canberra doing its thing over Cyprus and all this kind of stuff. It's amazing, really, really. And on the front cover, it's got I think it's a Hunter. I'm trying to think it's a Hunter, and it says front cover by Squadron Prints. I mean, this book is old. And I'm like, wow. So fair play, long live Squadron Prints there now. How's it going, Grand Crew Drew here? What's going on? Hope you're all good and well, enjoying the show here. Goodness me, what's going on with the light? Hope you're all good. My name's Grand Crew Drew, that's right. That's why I got Hero written on me bird's nest. Don't forget to hit that like button and show your support for the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, whether you're watching it on the Wobbly Jelly, your Dog and Bone, or your Lamb Chop. Don't know what iPad is because they weren't out back in the days, but you know how it is. Making sure it's all good. Yeah, just thought I'll have a quick break. I'm off to the sweet shop in just a moment. Just gonna see what's going on. Just gonna get me mates round. That's right, me old China, and then gonna go and watch the footy. I think. Yeah, I think so. Been watching the footy. Yeah, I have. It's been alright, innit? Ah, you there, the wise one. How are you? Hey, how you doing there, Jens? You alright? You all good? Yes, I'm very good, thank you. You've been watching the football. Yeah, it's been good, innit? The old footy and all that. It's been pretty good. I like stuff like that. Ah, that's good. But do you remember the Klinsman brought the football? Well, what do you mean? The Klinsman, the one and only god and the legend. That's right. He is the god of football. He brought the football to the England. Oh, right, I see. Right, okay. I mean, how old is Klinsman now?
He's very young, thank you very much. Well, I think football came out a long time ago, but we'll leave it at that. But yeah, do you fancy a game? Let me see how good. Can you do the Klinsman? What's your Klinsman? It's where you do a special. The cameras cannot see the Klinsman because they can't pick him up for a foul. Right, okay. Yeah, let me see what you can do. It's. I want you to do a bicycle kick. You want me to do a bicycle kick live in front of all these viewers? Yes, that's right. You must do the Klinsman as well. You want me to do a Klinsman and what? We used to call that a Pele when we were kids. Yes, Pele. He's a good friend of the Klinsman. Really? Yes, are you ready? Ready for this? You must show in front of all the viewers the Bundesliga. Okay, mate. Right, here we go. Okay, you ready for this? Okay. Oh, tremendous, the Bundesliga. Komm schon, komm schon. Deutschland winning 7-1 the other day. I was very proud of the Klinsman. I don't think Klinsman's playing. Yes, he is. He's always playing. He's playing in the hearts. Yeah. I miss those two. They're hilarious. I can imagine them playing football in a park somewhere, getting all serious. Not Captain Weber, how you doing? Yeah, not long now for TIAT 4.0. It's coming. We still got tickets available, by the way, so don't miss out on that. We are raising money for a, well, actually for number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets on this time round. We've also got charity. Well, it's a fundraising raffle, fundraising auctions. We've got some cool stuff. We've also got any latest and greatest merch. We got special offers. We've got live performance as well. Not confirmed who it is yet. I will, when it's closer to the time, I will surprise you. But we do have a live performance. There's a buffet. There's some cool stuff, and hopefully, it's never guaranteed. We always like to say that it's never guaranteed. We do have some VIPs as well, which you'll be thrilled as well. So. Hopefully we'll see that. We've still got tickets available, and it's at Woodhall Spa, and it's on the it's at the Petwood Hotel, home of 97 Squadron, 617 Squadron, and 97 Squadron, 619, 617 and 97. There you go, get it right, Nikos. Yeah, that's right, during the Second World War. And come and join us, and that's on the 29th of November. And hopefully, oh gosh, it's him. It's Red Ted. How you doing, Red Ted? You all right? You're looking all smart. I know, mate. You good? Yeah, you did well. Did well at Cosford, mate, didn't you? Yeah, that's good, mate. Yeah, very good.
Hello, how you doing there? How are you? My name's Wingy. Used to be a wing commander, you know. Yes, far. Ah, you. Looking smart. Right. Very good, yes. Looking all smart. We just tuck this in. Yes, far. Yeah, dry it up. It's time for the umbrella, yes. I used to be a wing commander, you know. My name's Wingy. That's right, John Marmaduke Wing. Well, my friends call me Wingy. That's right, yes. Chocks away.
Ah, what a day. It's been good. Hopefully we get more. Oh no, what's going on here? While no one's looking, I will take my ME262. I will take it away. This is Bundeswehr. Okay, alright. I think they're taking over at the minute. Where did he get that 262 from? That's what I want to know. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and hopefully we may get some more movements. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what we're gonna get. What should we do? Stay till 3:30, Ted? Do an hour? We could do. It could be. Yeah, some really weird light today, really odd. It's like hazy fog. It's really not very good for light, especially for videography or photography. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. You're right there, Teddy. And Gary Inch, thank you very much for your 9 months. Guards March, thank you very much. And Deister, thank you very much. Great weekend, Nikos, and Enjoyed the F-35 education today. You're welcome, man. Darren WS11. Sorry, I'll start again. I know it's the heat. Darren WS111. Have a pizza on me. Thank you very much. Guards March. Thank you for the super. High five for that one. Camerona. Thank you very much. High five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Sue W6430, member for 23 months. Thank you very much. Alan Q, thanks for the super as well. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Do 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 do. Ted just enjoying the views and sounds quite nice and peaceful with no car background noise, isn't it? Traffic. I wonder if it's hot in there. Must be. Caravans aren't the nicest of rooms to be in. I hope they got like aircon or a fan at least. Goodness me. I'm intrigued. Life of a comms person inside a runway caravan. Day in a life of someone in a runway caravan. I'd love to do stuff like that. I wonder how warm it is in there, how cold it is in the winter. But the responsibility. Who remembers Valentine's Day 2022 when the runway caravan was evacuated at Coningsby due to the aircraft struggling to land because of the fog? Do you remember that? Anyone remember that? Right, I don't mind bumblebees. Bumblebees are alright. Yeah, you can attack me. It's fine. Actually, I shouldn't give it authority to do that. Thanks, man. There you go. There we go. We got AC. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much. Yeah, they got air conditioning. Nice. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know. I'm glad you guys are all right in there, because it must be, because I can imagine it. Actually, even air traffic control tower must be like a greenhouse in there, right? But it's all nice and dark with 15-degree angle tinted glass. The windows there tinted, the dark screens. Pretty cool. Lovely sound of the birds, isn't it? Yeah, when there's no traffic noise, it sounds amazing, doesn't it? Well, we've had 8 vertical landings today, which is really good. I am very pleased. And it's felt weird coming back, you know, just doing normal stuff after an air show. It feels, because air shows are pretty much on the go, non-stop, off the chain, running. You know how it is then. Just go and have some more water, as it's really good to stay hydrated. Really important that I do that. Might have a cup of tea actually. So well, let's have a little quiz. Let's have a look at what we got here now. Yeah, this needs a draw number 2. Let's play a little game. Who's ready for the first of its kind? A new game is coming to the show. Today we've got draw number 2. Right, are you ready for this? So, how are we doing? Right, this is a first of its kind, I think, sort of, for this channel, this is. And so, for those who don't know, I have, well, four draws of aircraft, okay, in the van, okay. But we've also, there is draw number 5 as well. But draw number 5 is not really a draw. Basically, I've got a cabinet with 4 drawers, and in each one, okay, there are various sort of themed-ish aircraft. Okay, does that make sense? So I'll have, okay, so one of the drawers is all silver aircraft. Draw number 4 has all got the bombers. Draw number 1 is like modern jets and stuff like that, modern jets-ish. But yeah, so they're themed. And then draw number 5 isn't really a draw, but it's on the side. They're in boxes. So I've got draw number 2. Are you ready to play the game? This is draw number 2. And I'm going to get every single one of these aircraft in draw number 2. Are you ready? Anyone any good at this game? Are you ready for this? Right, this is what draw number 2 has, okay? Right, here we go. Our first one. Luke, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot, Dawn Hobson, get ready. Here we go. Our first one out of draw number 2. Here we go. There we go. There's our first aircraft out of draw number 2. I'm gonna literally, let me just get rid of that bug there. Goodness me, they won't leave us alone today. Draw number 2. Let's go. What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got? Go, go, go. Okay. It is a BF 110. There we go, that's our first one. And I think Jens might have had this one. And in draw number 2, the next aircraft. Here we go. What do you think this is? Time is ticking. 10. Yeah, I call it an ME-110. I do, I call it an ME-110. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's gone. And the next aircraft we've got here now. The next one is this one. Right, what do you reckon of this one? What do you reckon this one is? This is all from draw number 2. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh yes. Oh yeah, sorry, the previous one was an ME-262. This one is indeed a Spitfire. Have a guess what mark it is as well if you want. Do you want to have a little guess what mark it is? Shall I, anyone want to guess what mark it is? Have a little guess. I'll give you a few minutes to try and work it out. There's a few, have a look at how many rads it's got. Have a look at the markings. Oi, oi. Okay. Let's go and get the next aircraft. Oh yes, sorry, it helps if I tell you what it was, doesn't it? Oh, goodness me. Right, our next aircraft. Here we go. Oh yeah, so that was that a Mark 5, by the way, that one? Was it a Mark 9? Actually, it's a good point. I actually don't know that one. So I reckon it was hang on a minute. It's yeah, that was a Mark 5 B-wing. Okay, here's our next one, which is on the show quite a lot. Have a guess on this one. I thought I can hear an engine. So yeah, P-47 Razorback. Here we go. What else have we got here? Oh, here's a good one. Right. I require the mark, and yeah, so have a guess what this one is. But which mark of Spitfire? Oh gosh. All right, I'll tell you what. Which mark of Spitfire is this one? That was a bit of a fail. Which mark of Spitfire is this? So have a look at the guns. Have a look at the rads, the amount of propellers. Have a little look. It's quite a special one. So 10, 9, 8, 7. So this is a yeah. There we go. So that was our. It's got Douglas Bader's initials on this one. So it's an old school Mark 1. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, our next one. Right, our next aircraft. Look at this from the times have gone. Look at this one. Place your guesses now, please. Thank you very much. What aircraft is this? Going once. That's right. It is a Fokker DR1. Pretty cool. What else have we got in here? We've got tons of stuff in here. Goodness me. I mean, some of them need a bit of repair, like this one. Check this one out. This hasn't been on the show for a long time. Look at that. In fact, isn't that... Hang on a minute. Didn't we cover this the other day? This one. On Friday last week, you may have noticed the A10s had the shark's mouth, and I think FT, the tail code, was for the Flying Tigers, right? So is that part of the group, the 75th Fighter Wing? Do you think that's what this is? Well, anyway, it's a P40, but I have just realised the markings on here on this. I'm wondering if it's the Flying Tigers FT, isn't it? It is a Curtiss P40 Warhawk, it is, but look at the markings. FT, you'll have to probably have a look at the serial, but I've got a funny feeling this was probably the Flying Tigers FT, the A10 Legacy, part of the 23rd, right? Well, there you go. That's another one. What else we got here? Have a look at this one. This was on earlier today. Have a look at this one. See if we can work out any Texas Terror. Look at that. Got some markings on there now. Anyone know anything about this one? Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. So this is a P38 Lightning, and it looks like it's got the North African, is that Torch? The Operation Torch with the yellow roundel on there, I believe. There we go. Happy Jacks Go Buggy, it's got on the side of that. Right, another favourite of a lot of people. Have a look at this one. Here we go. Have a look at that one, see what you think of this one. Yes, it is indeed a P51 Mustang. There we go. I've got some, some of these are on a bit of a 2 and 8. They are in a bit of a 2 and 8. Right, here's another one. Let's go. Don't get caught out with this one. Have a look at that. What do you think this one is? Right, this is a little live game. Pretty cool, isn't it, this one? Okay. Have you... Right, here we go. So this is a Hawker Hurricane. Right, what else we got here? Right, our next one. Look at this one then. Oh, this is a bit of a beast. Yeah. Inspired by his visit in 1933. Udet. Saw a biplane diving down. That might give it away. Oh yeah. That's right. It is the Stuka. I'm gonna run out of room up here. Oh, I'll tell you what. Here we go. Making its debut on the channel today. Are you ready for this one? Making its debut. Look at this. Have a look at this. Hang on a minute. Have a look at this beautiful little thing here. Look at this. What do you think this is? Yeah, I haven't put this one on the show ever. Look at that. This looks like a dinky toy as well. It is. I couldn't show you underneath because yeah, this is dinky toys. Look at that, it's a classic. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the answer's on the back. Here you go. Right, what else we got here now? Oh, here we go. I will accept its lovingly named version. But check out this one. I know it's not an aircraft as such, but there we go. As it was in number 2. Have a look at this. What do you think of this one? I know, like I said, it's not, you know, yeah, I get what it is, but have a look. See if you can identify it. Yep, it is the V1. Right, what else we got here? Goodness me, we're running out. Oh, this is I've got a few more, and then sort of scraping the barrel with some, not this one obviously, this is nice, but scraping the barrel are really severely in need of TLC. You'll know what I mean in a minute. They've really seen battle. We've got battle damage ones in a minute. Look at this beauty. So we've got the Sopwith Camel, I think it's a Sopwith Camel or a Snipe. Is it a Camel or a Snipe? I'm gonna go with Camel. In fact, even I'm struggling with this one. I'm gonna go with Camel, but it could be a Snipe. It's quite bad that I don't know that. Who's gonna go? Who's going Camel? I'm gonna. All right, Sopwith Camel, or is it a Sopwith Snipe? I'll go with Camel. Go on then, Camel. Camel it is. There we go. Yep, I think that was correct actually. Right, now it's some. Oh, this one's all right. This one's still going. This one is in good condition. Actually, where's my one? Where's my? I'm missing a plane actually. I'm missing one. All right, have a look at this one. Anyone any guesses for this one? Yep, that's right. Some amazing markings on these as well. And it's the BF 109. I do have its mate, but I don't know where it's gone. Right, and then sadly, you don't have to guess, but you got 2 for 1 here. But they've seen some battle damage. That one's missing an elevator. Sadly, other than that, that would be quite nice. And this one is, well, yeah, this has seen some extremely some savage damage. Oh, I like that, savage damage. That's a nice plain name, that. Yeah, sadly, this is what happens. I am missing one. This one really needs a propeller on it, which I can probably get actually. The rest of it, oh, okay. Wait a minute, the stabilizer. So this is what happens at the bottom of the bottom of the collection. But I'm missing an aircraft here. Where'd it go? So there you go. Hope you did well. Let me know in the comments what you thought, if I should do that more often. Now I've got to put it all back now. Make sure it's all safe, innit? So that was tray number 2. That one, was it? Was it number 2? I think so. I can't believe I had a javelin in there. Don't know what that was doing in there. Right, well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was that draw number 2. Oh dear. And that's just one of 5 sort of collections there. That's what goes on in here. A lot of them do need a bit of TLC and repairs, which is why we have super glue handy.
Approach, Victor Wing 3-1, request command recovery.
Yeah, draw number 2. Oh, there it is. This one needs a propeller. Maybe I can give it a propeller. And I found my missing one. So one more to do. Okay, one more, here we go. It's got no propeller, but it's got the flying effect, you know, when it's got motion blur. So have a look at this one. What do you reckon of this one? Cool, look at that. Nice. Oh, got something from Wittering coming here. Anyway, bit of fun that. That is, of course, the Focke-Wulf FW190. Well, nothing's going to be taking off or landing at this rate. What's going on here? So we do have something, yep, it's Wittering 3-1, a Grob Tutor on its way here. I'm just going to go and grab a quick. Oh, hello. I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I hope you enjoyed that. Anyway, bit of fun, like I said. Always good to have a bit of fun. Why is there? Go away! I don't want any wasps up here. Mind you, I don't know what the hell that is. What on earth are you? What in the world is that? It's not a wasp. It thinks it's a spider. Does anyone know what on earth that is? What are you? I'm going to grab a photo. No! Don't know what on earth that is.
After your low approach to PAPI and fire climb altitude 4,000 feet, you contact me on your frequency. Departure climb 4,000 feet, after contact with this frequency with 31. Okay, 312, set altitude 1,700 feet. 1,700 feet with 31.
I'm going to ask Google what that creature thing was. No idea what on earth that was. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to go on Google because you can put things on Google, can't you, and it will find out what it is. Let's have a little look. It is a wasp beetle. What on earth is that? Does anyone know what? It's a wasp beetle. That's what it is. Yeah, that's the one. A wasp beetle. A type of longhorn beetle. Despite its wasp-like appearance and behaviour, it's completely harmless and cannot sting. These beetles are commonly found in Europe from May to July, and we have one here. Well done. So, if you want to Google it, it's a wasp beetle. Some pieces in here. Oh, don't be scared, wood beetle. No, wasp beetle. What am I talking about? It's alright. Bless it, the wasp beetle looked scared. Thought I was going to do something to it. No, it's fine. Can stay on the van. Now that I know what it is, do what it wants. So we've got a Grob Tutor doing a PD very shortly. It's just about to run in. It's on long final. There's another one actually about to. Oh no, it ain't. Hang on a minute. What's that micro light doing? Is that a micro light just about to go across the runway? Well, I guess it's had permission. No, it's not a micro light, it's an actual plane. It's come up as a micro light, but that's no micro light. If you look on ADSB, it has an image of a micro light. I know they get that wrong sometimes. So this would have done a MATS penetration, military air traffic zone. Would have had authorization to go through the, I think it's a 2.5 mile nautical mile radius. Oh. Oh, here comes our Grob, here we go. Get a better view from here now for this. Go on, Wittering. You know how itchy these midges are on my face, all over my body, and I'm trying to keep them. Oh my word. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the first purchase I'm going to do, right, even though I don't smoke, I'm going to go and get a lighter and get those citronella candles going, because I have them. Citronella sticks, sorry. They are, it is, oh. Thumbs up there from the farmer. If anyone's got a lighter, mind you, I've got nowhere to put the sticks. I'm gonna have to get one of those little incense stick holders. I'm literally covered in midges. I'm just scraping them off. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and still got a probably wait till about 1600 till we finish. Then might as well keep going now. It's hoping for the best. Avro Owl. Yeah, the Grob's Tutor display by Rich Tamala was pretty impressive. Trying to see what else we got next. Oh. I think that's our start up there. Sounds like one, doesn't it? Not sure how many we're going to get, but let's see if we can get 10 or more. So we got F-35 startups, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Here we go. Our next so our startups all good. Let's have some more water. Oh my word, I'm getting absolutely destroyed up here by these things. I mean, what purpose do they serve? I get all things need to survive, but really? I mean, I'm probably going to offend the whole of the mosquito insect inhabitants, but can we really live without them? Yes. I mean, the film Jurassic Park wouldn't exist without the mosquitoes, I get that. But are people going to really go, I really miss the mosquito, as in the insect? Are we really... You know, it's like midges. Are they serving a function? I mean, they land, they wriggle, and they die. Great, that sounds amazing. Or do they turn into something else? Does anyone know anything about them? I don't. All I know is they get in your photo frames, inside your computers, laptops, phones, everything. And in your mouth, they get in your eyes, get in your ears. Yeah, this is one thing I am not missing. More startups coming up, don't know if you can hear that. So 8 F-35Bs today, with 1 Typhoon and 1 Grob Tutor. Not a bad day. And we're about to get more. Here we go. Alright, will we get another 2 or 4? We are about to find out. Been a good day, and 8 vertical landings as well, which is always good fun. Oh yeah. So we're just going to wait for the negative words from the ground frequency. I love that when they say that, negative words, press. I think everyone's getting it out of their system there. I know, it's good to have the emojis back, isn't it? Look at it go.
Your surname?
Not mine.
No, I thought.
Not mine.
That's quite apt to be.
Would be good, wouldn't it?
I thought you were squadron leader, Ted Wingy.
Yeah, not mine. It is Ted's though, not mine.
Oh, right. Is there anything coming back? Do you know?
They're all back now.
Oh, they're all back.
Yeah, there should be some going out in a bit.
Yeah. Have you had a... Sorry, you might be doing a programme or whatever.
All right.
Are you, have you looked at that the memorial? There's some...
Yes.
What's happened to that fence? I know there was some cable stolen. They said...
Oh, right. Okay, I don't know about that, but... what, from the memorial?
Yeah, there was an airfield from...
Yeah, that's right. Narborough.
Narborough, yeah.
Yeah.
There used to be, I remember, a black hangar, just one stood there for years and years.
Oh, right.
And years. But there's a, you can see there's black tough big rooms in there. But the metal around the stone's faded, that's bashed in.
Oh, dear.
You haven't been over and had a look at it, have you? You just noticed it when you came by, didn't you?
I've seen it many times, but I've not seen the damage.
No.
So it must be quite recent.
Yeah, I noticed that the other day when I was coming.
Well, someone's gone into it.
I don't know how it occurred, whether it was anything to do with them, some stealing the cable. It was open rig, so I
Okay.
got information about it.
Oh dear, that's terrible.
I think where the memorial is, that was supposed to be where the garden was. I think the other side of the road were sort of accommodation, blocks.
Right.
You've come a long way today.
Only an hour.
hear them.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at Marham for one last hour and a bit or so left of the show. And we've got F-35Bs taxiing out, fingers crossed, very shortly. They're certainly running their engines. That's the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW600 variant of their engine, which includes Rolls-Royce's lift system. Do you know what? I've just noticed something, right? I've just forgotten about Jens's football here. I totally forgot about that. You know, from Drew's Pele kick. I better go and get that. I think it's got run over by the look of it. Looks like the tractor may have run over it, so let me go and get that before I forget it. I totally forgot about that. It was a good, I don't know if you've seen Drew's acrobatic football skills there. I better go and get that. Wonder if we're going to get Embraer Phenom on PD very shortly as well. Call sign Cranwell 50.
Go.
So just waiting patiently for the F-35Bs to taxi out. Probably at least two. I did hear two startups as a minimum. We'll see what we're going to get. Seem to have been two flights. Looks like not sure if Runway 50 is coming here. It may have just been using Marham's radar for navigation and traffic services. Chilled out. It's a bit like Mildenhall sometimes here, except with F-35Bs. It's just nice and chilled out, relaxed. So Claire and I used to have some spotting days, just literally just here, just along there with our chairs, just literally right here. I remember those the early days, right there, just literally just along here, and I remember that. Sat there and just enjoying the day. Oh yeah, the pocket chair's still going strong. It was used at Cosford. Is that another starter? Sounds like one. Averell, how you doing? Argan, Davey, Peter, Dable, Blocks, Wiggles Way. Oi to you as well. Oi to everyone. How you all doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, the pocket chair's still going. It was last seen at Cosford, so it's you know, it's pretty still going strong. Some old school HAS, look at them, hardened aircraft shelters. Yeah, the pocket chair is pretty sensational. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll do a demonstration of it for you later on. It could be taxiing now by the sound of it. Oh, that noise is. That's pretty cool. What are they doing? Knocking trees down? Oh, they are. Okay, so F-35Bs are taxiing now. That change in pitch of the sound of the Pratt & Whitney engine on its way. Here we go. Sorry about that. Do have another one as well. 2, here we go. do have more. Stunning. Some more just taxiing now. It was a lovely departure from that first one. Kept it low for the show. Looks like it's going to be over our 10 marker. It looks like number 12 is here as well. Tell you what, we've got 3. makes it 13 for today. That's pretty good. So 5 airborne, that's pretty good. So we've passed our 10 marker, so that's good. For a spotter's day, that's good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gentle teddy bears. Yeah, how you doing, Ginger Bailey? Hope you're all good. Yeah, definitely time for a cup of tea. just go and change top. I'm going to come out of this top. It's covered in midges. Maybe I'll wear a darker top as well, actually. Let me wear mine, ain't no bother. Well, we've got an approaching aircraft coming up. Hang on, sorry about this. I'm getting attacked. Okay, what we got? Maybe it's the Embraer Phenom from 50 maybe. Nice. Nice control. A practice diversion then of 57 squadrons, sorry, 45 squadron. 45 squadrons Embraer Phenom T1, a trainer from RAF Marham. I may have said 57 earlier. They fly the prefect, so I do apologise if I've got the heat get the better of me. Oh dear. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And while we wait, let me just see if I've got let me just turn that down a minute. Okay, let's a bit of just a quick housekeeping just down here for me, just really quickly. I won't be long, just to make my departure a little bit smoother for later. Jay Porton, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Pocket chair. Oh man, the pocket chair. I mean, the pocket chair's been a bit of a Ted Coningsby legend, isn't it, really? I've got it here, actually. Let me just, nice cold drink. Yeah, definitely, man. So if I pop that about here, so the pocket chair, I'll go and pop it along there, shouldn't I? That should be alright for a shot for the pocket chair. What do you reckon? That'd be alright there? Maybe about, where's the bonnet? There's the bonnet, there's Teddy there, the Tedmobile. So I don't want to be too far, otherwise you won't hear me. So probably about there. You've got, what's that? Oh, there's that rock there. I could use that rock there as a bit of a sort of guide, so I could do that. Yeah, let me go and give you a demo of the pocket chair now. It's really good, man, you know what I mean? You know.
01, come on, 5 seconds.
Yeah, the pocket chair, you know, it's good for you. Comes like that. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, it's brilliant, man. Pocket chair, man. Put Teddy up here because last time Teddy had a bit of an incident with the pocket chair. Pocket chair is absolutely brilliant. It's good for you. You know, it's called the pocket chair because it's absolutely amazing. You know, you can just, you know, you're going along. Do you know what I mean? The pocket chair is the way forward. I mean, look at it. Yeah? Yeah, you know what I mean? Giorgio Armani, look at this. Yeah, if you're in a Western, you know, the jewel. Ding, 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 ding. And then you put it out. But the thing is, the good thing about the pocket chair, I've done this in a long time. Look at that. Beautiful. Do you know what I mean? It's really good, man. See, you know, first date, you know, online dating and all that, it's a thing. A woman is going to be impressed, surely. A woman is going to be impressed. You know, you go to a bar, you go to a restaurant. Oh, I'm rather tired. Don't worry, love. Pocket chair in it. You know what I mean? Look at that. There you go, love. Have a flower. Do you know what I mean? You're out of trouble. Easy to pack away. Put it in your pocket. You know how it is. Plane spotting. It's brilliant. Lightweight. I don't know what else you can do. I wouldn't really recommend that. I don't know. Is it some gangster thing? Doom, 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 doom. Yeah. You know what I mean, man? You're going to scare the whole of London with this thing. Look at it, man. Football match, waiting down by a train station, the pub. It's just the best thing, and only, still got the price on it, 15 quid, 15 nickel, that's it. Hey, I bet you've seen that, bet you wish you've seen that. Look at that, beautiful. See ya! I've also got a pocket bed. Actually, should I do the pocket bed? Pocket bed is good. Where's the pocket bed? Hang on. Where's the pocket bed, anyone? We got a pocket bed. Pocket, where's the pocket bed, man? Yeah, I've got a pocket bed. You won't, you know. I've got a pocket bed coming up, man. Pocket bed is good. Yeah, I've actually got a pocket bed. Watch this pocket bed now. You're feeling tired. Oh dear. Oh. Look at it. Easy to pack. Look at this. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Voila. Absolutely amazing. I've even got a pocket fridge, man. Pocket fridge is good. Yeah, the pocket fridge is good as well. I've got pocket fridge, that's good. Right, how we doing? Hope we're all good and well. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Been a long day, hasn't it? Been here since 8, I think. When did we start? 8ish? About that. Hope we're all good and well. 5 airborne. Might as well wait for them to come back. Kebab shop's not open yet anyway, so might as well stay. I'll go and get Teddy on the show. Oh, dearie me. Woo! Yeah. Teddy's still... Teddy, you're right there, mate. Ted's all good. Well, let's see what Ted's going to get up to now. What are you doing, Teddy? I know, it's been a good day, hasn't it, mate? Yeah, don't worry, we'll get you salmon in a bit, mate. It has been a great day. So 13 F-35Bs today, which is great. Jay Borton, thank you very much for the super. Nice cold drink for Nikos and some salmon for Ted. Thank you so much. A Guards March for you. Thank you very, very much for that. Ginger Bailey as well. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you as well. Thanks for the super. Gary Inch, thanks for your 9 months membership. Thank you very much for everyone's support. It really does help. So five F-35Bs out there. So hopefully we'll catch them and get, you never know, might get all 5 doing vertical landings as well. Also had, amongst the 13 departures, we've had 1 Typhoon, 1 Grob Tutor and 1 Embraer Phenom as well. So pretty good day really, isn't it? Been quite busy then for Marham as well, which is always good. Like I said, when you get 10 plus, that is a good day here. So 13, that's a good day. Link's Rainbird. Yeah, Ted gets his steps in, that's why he looks so trim. Love it. Every time a car goes past, get a few little beeps and noise, which is really cool. So welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to RAF Marham, home of the F-35B, and also home to the 2 frontline squadrons, one Royal Navy, Naval Air Squadron, and another one, of course, Royal Air Force. But we've also got an OCU, an Operational Conversion Unit, who train the pilots to convert. So after RAF Valley, if they've been streamed to fast jet to the F-35B, they will come here. They don't usually change and switch platforms, you know, so for example, Tom, who's our Typhoon display pilot, he won't go to an F-35B and switch, that kind of thing. Reasons behind that: so much invested in the time, and to make him a pilot that he is today, all that investment in making him a very, very experienced Typhoon pilot, and then to switch platforms, you have to go down the channels again. So it's not usual to change. There are circumstances, of course. So for example, if an aircraft was to be retired, then there'll be no option. But there are other circumstances as well, but not usually it's a thing to just switch platforms like that. So what happens, you go to RAF Valley, Hawk T2, from the Texan, Hawk T2, and if it is F-35B, you'll come here with 207 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit. Same for Royal Navy pilots as well for the F-35B. So they'll go to Cranwell on the you know, on the Prefect, and then it will be Texan, and of course the Hawk at Valley, and then here 207. There are circumstances where they will be channeled through Leeming as well, okay, to utilize the Grob Tutor there and do it that way. There is that as well, so do look out for that. So 207 Squadron, their motto, Semper Paratus, always prepared. They did start life as a Royal Naval Air Service Squadron in 1916 when they were formed. They started as, I think it was number 7 NAS. I think they were number 7 in 1916. They actually formed in France at Petit-Cité, and then 2 years later they became part of the Royal Air Force, as we know, and they became 207 Squadron. I'm wondering, probably because there was already a 7 Squadron, so I think the reasons behind that, there was actually already a 7 Squadron, 7 Squadron at RAF Odium. They also were the first to operate the Short Stirling at Leeming, so that could be why. That's a good reason for that, as a guess, by the way. And in 1938 they became a Fairy Battle Operational Training Unit at RAF Cottesmore. So that's seen them through the years. So they played quite a major part during sorry, getting attacked here. 207 Squadron, they were the first, if I remember correctly, first to operate the Avro Manchester as well, and that was at RAF Waddington. And Echo Mike were their World War II markings, so you would have seen EM as well. So they were stationed at Waddington as well. But like I said, they started life as number 7 RNAS, and they moved to Neverhaven as 207 Squadron when they formed. They've flown various aircraft, but on the 19th of April 1940, the squadron's role was literally training assumed by number 12 OTU following their reform, and they were stationed at RAF Waddington, and the squadron's crews were the assigned task of the introducing of the Avro Manchester. So Echo Mike were their markings, and of course we, for those that tune in regularly to our shows, will know exactly what happened to the Manchester. 25% were lost in due to their engines, but the Avro Manchester did evolve into the Lancaster. In fact, it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, but that didn't happen. So 207 Squadron also was stationed at Langer, Bottisford and Spilsby as well. They've also operated the Vickers Valiant as well. They did move to Mildenhall in 1949 briefly. Also were operating the Avro Lincoln there, and then they were disbanded. But they reformed on the 4th of June 1951 at Marham. So they have been in and out of Marham quite a few times. 207 Squadron here flying the Boeing Washington B-1, which we showed you earlier, and also in 56 the squadron reformed again at Marham, this time with the Vickers Valiant. They were deployed to RAF Lucca as well. Also operating the Tucano at RAF Linton on Ouse, became part of a flying training. So their core training sort of career, shall we say, their history was always affiliation with forms of flying training. But once the squadron disbanded on the 13th of January 2012, they were announced that they were going to be chosen to become the operational conversion unit. They arrived at Marham from MCAS Beaufort on the 16th of July 2019 with 6 Lockheed Martin F-35Bs. Tell you what, it's been the warmest it's been all day right now. That heat is really blazing. Just like that, just now. Something's cooking up there. like I said, it's been a really good day overall. It's always a good day with all of you. Just coming up to our last sort of 45 minutes of the show. And I feel like I've been eaten alive by all sorts of creatures, small and very small. Oh, the Victor was beautiful. I do have a Victor. I do usually show it on our Marham streams. Served with 57 Squadron and the important role that they play today. Alex Raven, I would imagine so, but I can't verify that. I would need to ask a pilot for that one, but I would imagine that they probably do something similar as a familiarization, but I've not seen it before, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do. I can't see why they wouldn't do that on an F-35B. I feel like I've eaten about 1,000 midges right now, and just feel them down the back of my throat. I know it sounds something you didn't really want to hear, but you got it now. Nah, it is proper. Adam Thompson, thank you for confirming that. Yeah, they do at Coningsby, so I can't imagine why they wouldn't do that on an F-35B. I just really couldn't see the logic in not doing so, but thank you very much.
Cancel it, man. See you later,
Oh dear. Yeah, there's a lot of love for the Victor. Talking about Victors, let me see if I can get this one. This one's a beaut, it's an absolute beaut, this one. Took me a while to get it. It's taken a while to get out of there. Sorry about the, goodness me, do you want to come out now? Okay. So I've got a 57 Squadron Victor here. With me that I can show you, literally. You know how it is. Oh my gosh, I'm getting eaten here. Oh, Marham approach, hang on a minute. So, just give you a quick, I mean, here's a beautiful, I mean, look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Now let me just look at this, absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Operated by 57 Squadron. This is, I think it's XL189. Yeah, it is this one. This was the first Victor deployed to Ascension, and then Falklands when it flew non-stop there on the 18th of April 1982. The Victor supported the Black Buck overnight operation as well, refueling the Vulcan that bombed the Argentine-held Stanley Airport when the it's massive, isn't it? It's beautiful. And this Victor finally returned to Marham on the 15th of May 1982. It remained airborne for 14.5 hours, travelling the furthest distance with the bomber and carrying out the last southbound refuelling. That refuel number 6 for the Black Buck raid. Absolutely amazing. And it was redeployed to the Ascension Island on the 2nd of June 1982 and carried out further tanking missions with the Vulcan bombers during the Black Buck 6 raid as well. And returning to Marham once again on the 30th of June 1982, following further service with 55 Squadron at Marham as well. All right, here we go. Coming up. Wow, we got a slow land. Yes. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you're all good and well. Let's see what else we're going to get. So we still got 2 more. Should be some nice light coming up at some point today. At this point now, thank you very much. That was a good shot, wasn't it? So we've got 2 more. Oh, low brake as well, yes. Okay, requesting a low brake on the last 2. Here we go. Clear to land, so it's possibly a straight in land as well.
Clear to land and be advised how you're extremely soft and hard to read up here.
Didn't notice the lift system operated, the stowable system. Could be just a straight inland. But because we're here, they're actually quite good from here as well. Well, there we go. What a day we've had, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's been amazing. Wow, impressive stuff. Lovely sounds as well. That sound from the two ship on the low brain, that was pretty good. That whoosh sound, that was amazing. Right, I think it's time to get a kebab. Oh, bless your heart, thank you very much. For the Ted's just coming now to finish up for the day. Well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. Scorcher, thank you very much for that super chat. A Guards March to you, thank you very much. Enjoy your pizza, Nikos. Great day, Darrenell. At Marham, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you. See ya, he's put. Thanks a lot, Scorcher1, thank you very, very much. And also Melody R, thank you for the 11 months memberships. Thanks for the great shows, thank you so much. So lovely to have you all. And again, thank you very much to all of our viewers and fans. Thank you so much. That is a kebab wrap. And I can't wait. I don't know whether to have pizza or kebab, but we're going to find out. We're going to see what happens. Thank you so much, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thank you for that. Absolutely amazing. And so as we always do, RAF Marham, thank you very much for what you do, and also to all our fans and viewers, members, thank you so much. Honestly, thank you for the support. Absolutely massive respect and support that you give to the channel and protected the whole channel as well. Thank you very much to our Spanner Flight as well. Big salute to all of you. Thanks for what you do. So Ted and I are going to call it a day. And a kebab wrap, thank you. So my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator, a bitten one as well. And this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya. Ted, hit the button, mate, let's go. Need the TCS choir. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.